or hyperscale large enterprise or a conglomerate or the government. They have to deploy the technology and the underlying infrastructure for technology in the manner that it is not ever impacting the criticality of the business or have any business impact. And data center come at the very ground level infrastructure for enablement of that technology. And then it is being used by various organizations in many different ways. One, a large organization may have their core setup, core application setup. They may be deploying ERP or they may be deploying multiple applications. Some of the large conglomerates may have as many as 200 plus different applications running in the system, in their overall system. They may be spending close to 20% of their budget, IT budget, on IT infrastructure. No, I think at the other way, that 20% of overall budget may be being spent on technology, and a major portion of that would go as a capex in the infrastructure space. Now, that is one use case where their whole setup has to be deployed in a place which is environmentally controlled, safe, secure, in all aspects, making sure, as Manoj said, always available, always secure, always safe, and in the recent time, always also be able to ensure that they are able to get to the next level on sustainability and the renewable energy. So that is one aspect where very large enterprise conglomerate deploying their whole infrastructure. The second is where they are deploying their own, but they are also using some kind of a flexibility in the system using cloud. They may be deploying cloud of their own, or they may be using a cloud, public cloud service provider also. So they may be able to host it in the data center and also be able to connect to the cloud. The hybrid cloud, that's the second use case. The third, the use case is for the cloud service provider themselves. That when they want to deliver the cloud services, hundreds of the different services that the cloud service provider would be delivering, it has to be hosted somewhere in the data center. So indirectly, a micro, small, or medium enterprise may access the data center through the cloud service providers or through different other service providers. And fourth use case is really the way we all are accessing the data center. None of us realize, but 100% of this population in the country uses the data center. They know it or not. If you are accessing social network, if you are accessing and streaming video, if you are doing anything, ultimately that data must be stored somewhere, must be computed somewhere, must be processed somewhere, and then delivered to you in many different ways. These are the traditional use cases. Now comes the next generation use case around artificial intelligence, where the need for infrastructure goes to the next level, because you are now artificial intelligence loads are more and more resource hungry, and therefore the use cases. So anything that you want to do in your application have to be stored somewhere. Therefore, the compute and storage, there is data center. Cloud you are using, that's there in the data center. The networks you are accessing or content you are accessing, that is there in the background in the data center. And now when you will train in the artificial intelligence loads, or you will do the inferences, or you will do anything on artificial intelligence, there is the data center in the back.
Thank you so much, Sharat, for elucidating these use cases in such a nice manner. I'm sure some of the audiences, they would have understood it better. And like you said, that much of the boardroom discussions and decision making is now driven by the technology and its impact. I think one logical question which comes to my mind, and I'm sure some of the audiences as well would like to understand, and Pratap, if I may lean on you to understand this better, is what's the yardstick of deciding that what kind of data center or where should I go and set up my, which kind of data center should I be using for moving my on-prem to a colo or to an edge? And also in doing so, how does it impact my overall business efficiency and the cost aspects of it for handling my data? If you could help us understand that a bit.
Sure. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So I think if you look at maybe 10 to 15 years back, majority of BSFI and banking institution they would prefer to have on-prem data center. But all that has changed maybe since 2010, where companies are open to outsource and go to a third party. So a lot depends on nature of business, then how critical the workload is, then on data security and sovereignty, plus what are the latency requirements, where is your disaster recovery side. So there are many factors that you consider while deciding the strategy. In terms of performance, or it's very critical that the end user performance is driven as to how close you are to the end user. So I think edge data centers are picking up, but still not so much as of now in India. Also, whether scalability is there, I think that's what business always looks at, whether I'm able to scale up my business, and then the seamless flow or interconnectivity between cloud and all. And in terms of cost, I would say that on-prem versus third party or cloud, probably initially it will always be a little expensive, but one has to look at the total cost of ownership. So I think I would say that the payback is normally 5 to 6 years, I would say. So that's what it is. Yeah.
5 to 6 years is pleasant to my ears. Payback of 5 to 6 years. I'd just like to add over here that you asked the question of where to set up data centers, and we do keep coming across different state governments approaching us that, hey, can you set up a data center in Chhattisgarh or in Gujarat and all this. We are third-party data center service provider, and we cater to multiple customers in one data center. So we look at location, connectivity, latency, and all that aspect of an average basis, that what my average customer would require, and hence we deploy it in metros because most customers would need it. Some customers may be okay even if it would have been set up in Raipur also. But since we cannot build one data center for that customer, we cannot go over there. And that's why there is a huge amount of reluctance in going beyond the metros, because the demand may not be there. Plus, nowadays the price expectation is such that you will not be really viable unless you build at least a 20 to 30 megawatt data center. Anything less than that becomes either too expensive or becomes very highly inefficient. However, we keep giving advice to our all the state governments that, hey, if you really want to promote data center in your state, in your specific city, you better go to a hyperscaler. A hyperscaler is one customer deciding for himself or themselves. They can take a decision that, okay, I can be at Nagpur or I can be at any other place, and the latency from there to Mumbai, and because Nagpur is the center of the country, and so they have all those considerations. So if they build a 100 megawatt data center over there, other data centers can come around it. But somebody like them have to go over there, and that's the advice that we give, that if you come to us asking me that, hey, can you set up a data center in Bhopal? Hey, I'll have to wait for another 10 years or 7 or 8 years. That's how it's getting pan out.
Thank you so much, Manoj, and thanks, Pratap. So my takeaway is that certainly scalability, performance, and reliability, these will be the key parameters which I need to keep in mind. I think I'll move on to the next thematic which I wanted to capture, and in some sense Sharad already touched that, which is technology. And every day when I start reading the newspaper, there is at least one article on artificial intelligence, machine learning, their impact. So much so as that sometimes I feel that my natural intelligence is going slow on to understand and comprehend so much. And I think the impact of AI, ML, the relationship between artificial intelligence, data center, it is also quite multifaceted. So Vipin, if I may lean on you to understand, how does this the AI, ML, it impacts, or it's going to push the demand for data centers? And also, if you can help us understand that, is it more attuned towards the large language model training, which we keep hearing that is going to be one of the key drivers, demand drivers for data centers in the future? What's your take on that?
Yeah, hello everybody. Very glad to be here with all of you. See, firstly, let's look at just 9 years back. We were having data centers of 2.5 kilowatt per rack. Today, when we see in 2025, there are enterprise workloads which are at 6 to 7 kilowatt per rack. Then cloud workloads which are at 14 to 15 kilowatt per rack. And then there are AI ML workloads which are already at 24, 25 kilowatt. And as we talk to the OEMs of GPU suppliers, some providers are saying 150 kilowatt per rack should be something in 1 year or 2 years maximum. Some have already started talking of 350 kilowatt per rack. And I just saw a Google article on LinkedIn which was 1.2 megawatt per rack. So if you see the kind of evolution that is happening, it is not small, incremental or linear, it is completely exponential. Second thing, what we know large language model is most of us know about ChatGPT. ChatGPT today takes about 1 month to train this work. There are not so much of GPU power at one data center. Now you cannot sustain this. 1 month to train, that means if you have to do 4 times iteration or 5 time iteration, this is like a new generation of ChatGPT. If you have to release, it will take 7 months, 8 months. Whereas the world is changing every day. That means you have to be so agile that ChatGPT has to be trained every day, every second day, third day with all the new data. And if that has to happen, that means the data centers have to become 30 times bigger, or the GPUs have to be much, much bigger, more processing power, which will be coming from those 150 kilowatt per rack and 300 kilowatt per rack. That means the data center demand to manage these AI ML workloads is, I don't know what is the term for something beyond exponential, it is not even exponential, it is like going 30 times, 50 times kind of workloads. Now the next question that comes is where these large language models will be stored. We all know only ChatGPT, most of us, but if you'll see in US currently, at least I saw 30, 40 companies developing their large language models, and this may be just something very minuscule that I may have scratched my head, but there may be 100, 150 large language models may be coming in. Today all of them are trying, most of them are originated from US or China today, and both are trying to put them in their countries, but this is not going to sustain. They don't have that much power, the cost of power in US is high, they don't have that much manpower. And finally, who will develop this large language model? Finally, world will rely on India to develop a lot of these large language models. The Indian IT force will be playing a major role in the development. So then finally, if they have to every day train these large language models, I'm pretty sure a lot of these large language models will flow back to India. And if that happens, we have to go beyond these eras of 20 megawatt, 30 megawatt data centers, not to a 50, 60 megawatt data center, but a very leapfrog movement forward of 400 megawatt data centers, 500 megawatt data centers. And that will be a major jump. And that is where I think in this MIDC seminar, if one message I have to give to MIDC, to look for large scale campuses and township development for data centers where such kind of workloads can be housed. And they will need a lot of power thing. Let's talk of when the 600 megawatt data centers come, how the power will come. Those powers cannot be sustained on 22 kV, 220 kV kind of lines. Minimum of 400 kV power lines will be needed. Where do we have 400 kV lines today supporting data centers? And even 400 kV may fall short. Finally, if we have to, there was a question in one of the forums to, Sharad, that how a 2030 data center will look like, My sense is 2030 will be a nuclear powered data center of 500, 600 megawatt. And sometimes we see nuclear reactors as a very big thing, how that will happen. It may not be that difficult. We hear that there are small batteries or like cell kind of size nuclear thing can power your devices for 20 years, 30 years. So maybe a room full of some kind of a nuclear battery may come in, which may be able to power up those 500 megawatt for 10 years or 15 years. So it may simplify, it may not complexify, if I may say. So I think this data center industry is up for a complete revolution and a major change with AI ML, and only the people who can build the data centers at that vision will be able to sustain this movement in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vipin. I think I'll pick on your point on and message to MIDC to build on large data center campuses. And this brings me to the next theme, which is around geography. And I think Maharashtra, Mumbai in particular, it has been doing quite well. Almost 40 to 50% of the data center build, the contribution has been from one city. And in general, if you look at it, the historical trend, uh, there is an over-reliance on these metros and tier one cities. So Mumbai, Chennai, NCR, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Kolkata, these 5, 6 cities are contributing to almost 90 to 95% of the entire build. So let me lean on Surajit to understand this better. Surajit, we were discussing this as well while we were chatting in the morning, that do you see a change in this trend going forward? And especially, I keep reading a lot about that now with the AI data centers, and there is not so much reliance needed on proximity to the cable landing stations. It's more driven by power cost and so on, and even tier 2 cities someday will become a key competition to these tier 1 metros. So what's your take on this, sir?
Thank you, and good morning all. I think it's a very relevant point, and I've been hearing my friends and colleagues. Before that, an interesting data point I wanted to share. Pre-COVID, India was roughly around 300, 350 megawatts combined capacity. This is third-party co-location service providers data I'm talking. As we speak now, today we are around 1.2 gigawatt and growing. In this room, as you see, we are 5 players sitting, which should be combined capacity right now in this room is about 600, 700 megawatts plus. I think the growth is phenomenal, right? And this is largely because of the digital boost the country is seeing. To your question, Shubhajit, let's pick up an example of Hyderabad. We are all seeing how the state is growing. Is it a cable landing station? No. But we see that enormous growth. That enormous growth is coming because of hyperscalers, and to what Manoj's point earlier was, hyperscalers decided to set up a capacity and availability zone. They create that infrastructure, maybe self-built or built by service providers, and that opens up a lot of opportunities, which is sort of a pavement also in terms of the new cities coming in. We are also now hearing Kolkata adding to the map. I mean, obviously there are reasons to it. Kolkata was not even 1% to the data center map, 3 years, 5 years back. But now there is a potential. A lot of investments have gone in. There is a cable landing station likely to come in. India will continue to play the hybrid role to me, which will be a mix of tier 1 and tier 2 cities, at least for some time. Mumbai contributes close to 50%. But today, the corridors are getting exhausted. New locations are coming up, whether it's on the northern side or we hear of Panvel, we hear of Taloja, we hear of Palava, all these new locations are coming. Government is also realizing that infrastructure is needed to boost up in terms of telco, power, capacities, and so on and so forth. But in the next 3 to 5 years, I think we will see new states coming up, adding to this infrastructure, creating more avenues for being closer to end customers, thereby providing all the necessary ingredients to build that campus. I think data center campus now needs to be given a serious thought, to what Vipin was also saying. Isolated data centers will more or less will not be able to sustain in the next 5 to 10 years, because it will constantly have the demand of high scale power, infrastructure needs, so on and so forth. You need to go into a 300, 400, 500 acre land parcel where it is surrounded by all your necessary infrastructure and you scale. Because scale is what India is capable to deliver and deliver fast. And that's the reason we are seeing this boom.
Thank you so much. I think, certainly this kind of growth which we have seen in the post-COVID, the new world, it's phenomenal for data centers. But I think we also understand that for this growth and this momentum to continue, government will definitely play a very important role in terms of being a policy maker. And I think with that, Pratap, if I can come back to you, while most of the state governments, they have now slowly understood that this particular sector is very important, but the finer nuances from a regulatory standpoint, I think some of these policymakers, there's still a limited understanding, and Therefore, if you can help us understand, and also I'm sure some of the policymakers who are sitting here, help them understand that from a data center developer and operator's perspective, how can government ease the regulations, what kind of changes? So first, what are the key challenges, and then how can these be mitigated going forward? If you could share your thoughts on that.
Sure. So I think one of the major challenge we face is that there is no consistent policy across all the states. Also, data centers are often considered as power guzzlers. So that's one of the biggest challenge we face. And a lot of governments also say that you're not generating enough employment. I think that's one of the key issue that we face. Now, data centers actually bring in huge investments. We invest billions of dollars. We provide indirect employment. So there is, if you compare with a IT industry or a GCC, I think the direct employment is less, but there is a lot of indirect employment, and it takes a lot of time to explain that to the governments is what we are seeing, because the first question they ask is, okay, fine, you're bringing in X amount of billions of dollars, but how you're generating employment? I think that's one of the key issues.
And very relevant point, I just want to add. The first question we are faced by the government is, how many people are going to directly employ? Each data center employs, direct employment cannot be more than 30, 35, 40. Yeah. The indirect employment is roughly around 300 to 400. Now that's what needs to be very clearly understood by the machinery, that it opens up a large ecosystem of indirect employment. Billions of dollars are getting invested. The states are generating a lot of revenue through the power, because we are power guzzlers, and 100 megawatts, 150 megawatts is now becoming a standard practice. But I think this, and I think Manoj leads a lot of these discussions, this employment understanding has to be redefined as far as we feel. It is generating, it is creating huge. Today, most of the OEMs are today manufacturing in India. We are not seeing any further imports where huge delivery timelines are being seen. It's only because of the volume what India is generating. That needs to be a little bit more percolated down from the thought. Thanks.
I won't miss the opportunity of adding here. So when I speak to authorities, I say a few things like this. Like when you build bridges and roads, it doesn't necessarily generate too much employment. But unless bridges and roads are there, new industries cannot be formed. All those things cannot happen. The same is with data center. If you don't have data center, Uber won't be there, Zepto won't be there, Meesho will be not there, and all that. So we are very primary to that. Secondary, Surajit talked about power. Our pitch to the government is that we consume power, and we are an industry which consumes power all throughout the day. We are the only industry which provides constant load all throughout the day, and helps the power industry to get better returns from their investment. Otherwise, if they're supplying it to a residential, the power consumption will be on the morning and in the evening. Rest of the time, all the infrastructure is lying idle. So amount of revenue that they generate from, say, a 1 megawatt transformer in a residential unit versus a corporate building versus data center might be twice of that of a corporate building and 3 times of that of a residential building. So if the distribution company invests in infrastructure for data centers, they will generate a lot more revenue. And since they bill us at a much higher rate, which is industrial rate, as compared to what rates are given to residential and others, they generate more margins also. And at the same time, that can help them to subsidize whatever is required. So we are seeing good traction on that front. And the third point was about about your thing about the cable landing station. Let's take an example of Ashburn in Virginia. It is neither a cable landing station, it's neither a major metro where a lot of industries are there, a lot of corporates are there, but it is the world's largest data center hub. Ashburn itself has 3 gigawatt of data center, which is around 3 times of all that we have in whole of India. So somehow things have fallen in place, right power charges, right land charges at that point of time. Now it has become a little expensive. And the ecosystem has developed, everybody attracted each other, and Ashburn has become what Ashburn is today. So if it can be Ashburn, And I think it can be Nagpur also, it can be anything also, but it just needs to be worked upon that.
Yeah, I'll just quantify some of this in the demands. So, see, economic impact of the data center is, I think, unquestionable. And in terms of, India is $0.4 trillion digital economy. Now, when you say digital economy, I am not considering what money the organizations spend on their IT budget, but it is the money earned by the organization just because they are digitally native and digitally enabled. These could be your Zomatos, Swiggy's, Paytm type of organizations or any other organization. So it's $0.4 trillion digital economy. This is growing by 12% year on year. And it has whole impact. This whole economy grows on the infrastructure that is underlying, which is the data center. So while data center may employ only minuscule number of people, but it has an impact on India's 10% of economy. $0.4 trillion, roughly 10% of the 4 trillion. Second aspect, let's compare ourselves with United States and China, where they are more or less comparable in terms of the population, in terms of the market size and everything. India has, as Surajit said, 1.2 gigawatt of the capacity. China has roughly 6 to 7 gigawatt of capacity. United States have, I think, roughly 30 to 40 gigawatt of capacity. This translates into 1 megawatt per million population in India, approximately 6 megawatt per million population in China, and roughly 20 to 30 megawatt per million population in United States. Compare that, India has got close to 800 million internet user base, in correspondence to United States, less than 1/3 of that, approximately only 300. And it is growing faster on that. So if we cover all those gaps, and then we see that India hosts one of the world's one of the best digital infrastructure, that means we are bound to grow on the infrastructure space on the data center. So there is no question on demand and the importance of the data center infrastructure. So policymakers, I think they understand that it has a huge impact on economy because of its major portion that the way it drives the digital economy. And therefore, the challenges to be addressed, obviously, we spoke about infrastructure, we spoke about various policies that government needs to bring on the east side and then on the capital side.
So Pratap, I'll again come back to you. Would you recommend a different framework on the lines as suggested by Sharad and Manoj and Surajit? Any special policy framework is needed to help this sector grow even faster?
So I think the way a lot of governments look at is it's more like a real estate play. I think it should be looked as a critical infrastructure. I think Maharashtra government has already recognized data centers as critical infrastructures. A lot of states are doing that. So I think this is a very critical infrastructure which is, intensive for all the digital utilities. It is like equivalent to a power grid or a telecom sector is what I would say. And as Sharad mentioned, I think, we need to look at whether we can create data center, separate zones like IT parks and so on. So where there is plug and play, where there is enough power available. I think with AI coming in, the demand for power is going to be huge. So of course, we do face a lot of issues in terms of incentives and policy, which to get any incentive also is very difficult on ground. So I think there are some challenges, but yeah, I think Maharashtra is, I would say, much ahead. Tamil Nadu is ahead. I think Uttar Pradesh is also moving quickly. So there are a few states which are taking extra efforts to bring in data center, and I think Maharashtra is one of them.
Since you mentioned incentives, Sharad, very quickly, while some of the states are offering incentives for data center development, much like in manufacturing, these incentives are, the quantums are quite significant. I don't see those kind of incentives being thought through for data centers. So is it really that important for data centers to wait for government to articulate an incentive package, or what's your take on that? How does it help these incentives?
I would say incentives are good, but as we said earlier, that majority of the customer base for the data centers are in the cloud. So in a way, those are incentives indirectly given to the hyperscalers through even the data center provider. So incentives are good, but what is important from the policy side and the incentive side is whatever enables faster time to market, whatever helps reduce the cost, whatever helps in making sure that the end user experience is top of the quality. So that is the quality. Now, how do you improve the time to market? Faster approvals, faster access to the infrastructure, availability of the infrastructure. So you have a land, power, fiber, everything available. When it's not available, you are able to bring all that with a least amount of hurdle, good amount of right of ways, and good amount of coordination with the infrastructure service providers, that is power utility or the roads or the telecom service providers or anything related with that. That is one time to market. In terms of the cost, as long as we can source the whole ecosystem and set the whole ecosystem within the India geography, we are a low-cost geography. We do things at a cost lower than in the unit cost, lower than the rest of the world. And as we are scaling, that unit cost dynamics also changes. That means if data center, all the equipments that the data centers are using, if they are also manufactured within the country. So the incentives and the policies are not just for the data centers, but also for the ecosystems. The companies who are generating, manufacturing the generators, chillers, transformers, electrical panels, all those equipments that are getting in manufacture. So the second is that done. How do you help reduce those costs? And third, obviously, whatever government is promising on the policy, it's actually getting executed with the mechanisms. So I would say the government and the policymakers can incentivize the industry in the best possible manner by making sure ease of doing business is better, time to market is improving, and cost reduction is there, not just by offering the incentives which are generally short term, but also making sure the whole ecosystem is getting benefited by that, or whole ecosystem is coming along. It also supports Make in India, it also supports Atmanirbhar Bharat, it also supports Digital India, and now it supports AI mission.
Thank you so much for summarizing this so nicely. I'm sure the policymakers have also taken a note of it. Very quickly, I'm also conscious of the time that we have, but I think this is one theme which we cannot leave out today, which is sustainability. And everyone here, all the speakers, I think they spoke about how important power is to data centers, and also the data centers are seen as a power guzzler. And therefore, Vipin, Control S is also, I think, we also understand you have taken a lot of strong initiatives towards, sustainability, bringing sustainability into your data
Actually,
center.
all of us, not just Control.
All of yeah. But I'll just lean on
No
Vipin
differentiation.
Absolutely, my bad on that. Vipin, if you can help us understand that on sustainability, I mean, how can the data centers be designed better, and what's the role of green data centers going forward in managing this sustainability expectations from data centers?
Thanks. Firstly, I want to tell one thing. Data center as an industry has the least direct pollution thing. Neither it creates any water pollution, neither it creates noise pollution, neither it creates air pollution. So data center has no byproducts which are creating any pollution. Only thing, data center is consuming electricity. That is the only thing, and electricity has traditional sources which are coal-based power plants. That is the key dilemma around sustainability that we are talking here. So this is the dimension of the problem. Now, as a country and as a world, we are in a transition phase where the whole world and country is moving from 100% coal to 100% sustainable power. And we are somewhere in the middle of that, or maybe little less than the middle of that. And as we transition and we have to get more and more renewable power, Actually, data center helps by giving, as I think Manoj said or Surajit said, by giving a constant consumption of power, which helps stabilize these grids. So in a way, data center is helping in that movement. Now the question comes, how do we go more and more sustainable? So what Control S has done in this regard is, it is the only company in India, I want to mention that, which is vertically integrating solar power plants into their data center business. Whereas everybody else tries to source the renewable power from the renewable companies, but Control has taken a step to invest in their own solar plants, to understand this entire ecosystem much better and see how do we play the end-to-end game, in that regard. Second thing, use of grey water into our facilities. That is another initiative to, reduce any dependence on the natural water. So my personal sense is, as we move along, the third technology which has to come, which we have to closely watch for sustainability, is batteries, the large scale batteries that have to come in, because that is the only way then the sustainable, you can go 100% solar power. Unless that battery thing comes, by taking the solar power only during the day, you cannot make that happen. And battery technologies are also, becoming more and more efficient. So that is one technology to watch out for. Second thing I earlier said, I think if you look at 6 to 7 years of space, then the true sustainable technology is the nuclear technology. So my sense is that world has already taken an initiative in that direction. India is also contemplating in that direction. It may take 6, 7 years, but before that, maybe after 3 years, batteries may become more practical. And till the 3 years, I think we will continue to be in transition phase, where government will have to support all the data centers and the industry in a smooth transition from coal to renewable power by continuing with the right banking norms, which are very critical for this transition phase. Thank you.
Thanks. Surajit, if I can come back to you, your take on green financing. So while I understand there are multiple pools of finance or funding which is chasing data center as a sector, but do you see a role of government in green financing or doing something on the green financing side for developing the green data centers? Does it make sense?
It does make sense for sure, but as of now, I think government need to spend a little bit more thought on it right now. We still are seeing very less. It's more on the private side. From capital and perspective, we are very, very advanced into the renewable. We just invested into a 25 megawatt solar power plant in Chennai, and that's not for data center, that's for our office setup. But we do see now a lot of captive and group captive structured models have come in. Gencos are creating, large assets to generate green power. I think green financing is needed now in much more structured way. We do not see much of it is happening now. It is still within the privately held, but I think that is because renewable is something given now. It's not a choice. I think whether from an end customer perspective, from our own sustainable, charter, today hyperscalers have clearly put, and it's very a transactional statement I'm making, they've clearly put in their contract terms how much they need when they pick up capacities. So when you have to deliver those capacities, you need to have the backbone ready. Today interstate charges are not very clear, state to state have different setup. So I think now the entire ecosystem is maturing, and I think the time has come for government to give it a very serious thought in terms of how the green financing can be structured, so that we are able to see more and more, options available for the operators to generate this or to source this.
So thank you so much, panel members. Please.
Since I happen to be the chair of the CI Data Center Force and I have the audience in front of me, I won't miss this opportunity of defining data centers as power guzzlers. Let's make it clear that we don't consume any power for ourselves. It's the power of, say, the HDFC Bank or Zoom or Netflix or Google. That's what is consuming power. So if in other countries they don't understand, there's a lot of public opinion going on, that reduce power consumption data centers, you will lose out of all this. So whenever you think of power requirement of data centers growing, it's not because of us, because of the services that you are consuming that is causing increase in power consumption. Only thing that we are doing is we are making it more efficient. If the bank would have deployed it in their own data center, it would have been more inefficient. If Zoom would have done it themselves, or if Ola would have done it themselves, it would have been a lot more inefficient. We are making it efficient, and all of us are investing in our own green power, and hence we are making it green. And so that naturally, it has to be seen in a different light than what it's getting perceived in many other countries.
Let me conclude this. Manoj was very vociferous in saying this, even, Vipin also said. We are not the culprits, guys, please. Right. So we have all intention to make it a healthier, safer environment. I'm not even saying that, the other side of the table is also. It's the nature of the business. Constantly, as an operator or a service provider, we are constantly trying to embed new technologies, which makes the environment more greener, more healthier, more better. And I think, but the way the demand, the way the customer need is increasing, it is also making challenging for us. By the time we start making a data center and we finish, technology has seen 3 changes of life cycles, It's expected to embed that, it's expected to adopt that. And that's where constantly we are, innovating, trying to see how we can make it more energy efficient, how we can make it more cleaner and greener.
Well, thank you so much, panel members here. I think these were some very, very interesting insights, and I'm sure the audience benefited a lot from it. I would have definitely taken few questions, but I think we have overshot on time. So thank you so much, the audience, for being such a lovely audience and having a patience hearing to all. I'll give it back to the MC here. Yeah.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for that enriching and thought-provoking discussion, and to our moderator for so effortlessly steering this conversation. I now call upon Dr. Shrikant Pulkundwar, Joint Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Maharashtra, to felicitate our speakers and extend a token of appreciation for joining us today. Mr. Chakravarti, if you could come ahead. Mr. Agarwal. Mr. Paul. Mr. Mane, if you could step ahead. Mr. Jain. And Mr. Chatterjee. Can we pause for a group photo, please?
Yeah. Joint CEO is there.
The joint CEO, Dr. Kunal Khemraj, if you could please come on stage. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to our second panel discussion, one that focuses on a sector deeply woven into the cultural and economic fabric of Maharashtra. The session is titled Maharashtra's Textile Renaissance, and this conversation will explore the transformation of the state's textile sector from its rich legacy to its modern-day resurgence, and how innovation, policy, and sustainability are shaping its future with the Textiles Policy 2023 to 28 and the newly launched PM Mitra Park in Amaravati. We are joined by a distinguished panel of industry experts who bring with them deep insights into the challenges and opportunities in the textile space. To lead this discussion, may I invite on stage our moderator, Mr. Arindam Saha, Director, PwC Private Limited. Mr. Saha heads the Textile, Apparel and Leather Sector Advisory at PwC India and bridges over 26 years of deep industry and consulting experience. An IIT Delhi gold medalist and IIFT graduate, he is also the only Asian member of the GRI working group developing global sustainability standards for the textile sector. Now, may I invite our esteemed panelists to come on stage one by one. First, we have Mr. Kapil Pathare, Deputy Managing Director of VIP Clothing. With an MBA from Mumbai University, Mr. Pathare has led the brand's transformation across retail, digital, and manufacturing. An award-winning business leader, author, and cricket enthusiast, he brings a unique blend of strategic insight and innovation to the textile space. Joining him, we have Mr. Ganesh Kasekar, South Asia representative for the Global Organic Textile Standard. An alumnus of VJTI Mumbai, with over 22 years of experience, Mr. Kasekar brings deep expertise in textile testing, certification, and sustainable supply chains. He has worked closely with global retailers and brands across India, Europe, the US, and Asia, and is a frequent speaker at industry platforms. May I now invite on stage Mr. Charan Singh Ahuja from Pal Fashions Private Limited. A sustainability-driven leader, Mr. Ahuja is known for championing circular economy practices and nature-based solutions in the textile industry. His work spans eco-conscious supply chains, rural market development, and even lake rejuvenation, blending technical expertise with environmental responsibility. And completing our panel today, we have Mr. Ajay Arora, Managing Director of D Decor Home Fabrics Private Limited, the world's largest maker of curtains and upholstery. A VJTI alumnus and Harvard-trained business leader, Mr. Arora has grown the company from an INR 5 crores to over 1,500 crores, exporting to more than 65 countries. Known for innovations like fabric care and robotic warehousing, he brings sharp insights on scaling the transformation scaling India's textile manufacturing landscape. I now step aside and invite our moderator, Dr. Arindam Saha, to steer the session forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Good morning to all of you. I can't hear, sorry. I need more energy. We want to have more energy for taking this textile and apparel sector and home textiles ahead, right? So good morning to all of you. We already have a nice introduction of the panel, so definitely I would not like to repeat. Audience present here, you are probably mostly from Maharashtra or already know what Maharashtra is already contributing to the textile and apparel sector of India. and also you are aware about the policy. Now, definitely we will take the recommendations from the panel members about the policy at a later part. But let me quickly touch upon 5 major points, keeping in mind that in which direction this textile and apparel industry is moving globally. So if you look at the thematic areas, I think sustainability is the big topic. Under that, there are many aspects. I don't want to cover it in my introductions, and why it should not be, because we are one of the major polluter of the environment, and side by side, we are also labor intensive. So both environmental and social aspects, we have a huge stake. The second thematic area which is going on is digitalization. Third is on infrastructure. You might have already seen that in India also we are giving so much importance to the infrastructure development. The fourth, and increasingly becoming very important, is the trade terms. Which country has what type of trade terms with the major markets? And that's one of the major deciding factors for the investments. And finally, definitely the cost of manufacturing. So today in our panel discussions, after discussing with the panel members, we have identified 3 thematic areas which we will touch upon quickly. But before that, I will request my panel members to say a couple of words that what is their contribution to the textile and apparel industry of Maharashtra, to be specific. And then we will take our discussion further. Maybe we can start with Mr. Arora, and then we can take this side.
Hello. Thank you. Can you? Not on. Yeah. Okay. So we have 3 plants in Maharashtra. We employ 4,000 plus people. We do not have manufacturing anywhere in the world or in India. And everything we've got in our journey as a company has come from the advantages that Maharashtra provides. So that's what I'd like to say. I think I'm very honored to be here to try to contribute to the growth of Maharashtra's textile industry, because I've got a lot from, being born in the state and building that my company's journey in the state.
Yeah. Mr. Ahuja?
Bhal Fashions has a modern manufacturing facility in Tarapur MIDC since 1980. So we've been there for a very long time. And we have benchmarked the Shifley embroidery industry in India to meet the global standards. Even in terms of the waterless digital printing, we've taken leadership, and it's a patent-worthy process like thread print. On a personal level, I have been, for the last 1 decade, going around talking about the magnetic Maharashtra. So I was in Ludhiana, Punjab, addressing the industry, and also in Gandhinagar for the vibrant Gujarat, promoting magnetic Maharashtra. And like Ajay said, this has been the biggest contributor. The environment here has brought us to where we are today. So thank you very much.
हॅलो, गुड मॉर्निंग. सर्व उपस्थितांना सस्नेह जय महाराष्ट्र. This is Ganesh Kasekar. I represent. Thank you. This is Ganesh Kasekar. I represent a gold standard in the textile industry, which is known as the Global Organic Textile Standard. Talking about from the statistical data, we can find almost 15,000 certified entities on the global platform, getting connected with the entire supply chain from farm to fashion to top brands and retailers. And coming back to India, because India and specifically to Maharashtra, because this is an event related to Maharashtra. India itself is one of the largest supplier of sustainable products in the global market. And when we talk of India, Maharashtra holds a sizable number of certified entities which are manufacturing the textile products which are being sold in the every nooks and corners of the global market. So Maharashtra itself plays a very significant role. Not only that, from the manufacturing, because if you look at it specifically for the state of Maharashtra, it is covering the entire supply chain from farm to fashion. In addition, when we talk of textiles, we talk of pollutions and all, but the major role comes of the dyes and chemicals. So Maharashtra also plays a very important role from the manufacturers and the formulators of dyes and chemicals, again where we have a sizable number of players or the manufacturers who are producing sustainable textile chemical products which are being used on the global platform. So yes, as a standard, we are very much honored to have such a sizable number of certified entities on the global platform and playing a pivotal role in the sustainability segment in the global market. Thank you.
Hi, myself Kapil Pathare from VIP Clothing. Basically, there are, as a contributor towards Maharashtra, we do have a factory in MIDC, Dombivli for the process house, and other one in Tarapur for the other category. But I am going to talk specifically from a garment industry as well. First of all, a proud Mumbaikar and born and brought up in Maharashtra. We are the one brand that is from the Maharashtra, basically. All our other competitive brands are basically from the other state parts of the country, from Calcutta. So having a factory set up in Tamil Nadu, which requires a lot of labor intensive factor. One of the projects that we are working with Maharashtra is the skill development project in Nanded, where we have scouted around 100 to 125 people on the first batch, where we are training them, and they come from a semi-rural backgrounds. So in an innerwear segment where flat lock, overlock, stitch becomes so important parameter, most of the time in garment industry, we feel that we are in tie-up with a third-party agreement and setup of a dedicated training center where these people are basically trained over the very critical operations, and then with the hands-on machines that they carry on in this part of the town, this also gives an opportunity where they can directly have a direct employment at our own in-house setup, or maybe we also talk to our third-party vendors where they can be considered as a part of the garment industry. So we believe that such kind of skill setups development will be very, very important going forward in our state of Maharashtra.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really nice to hear about your contribution already into the textile and apparel sector of Maharashtra. Let me straight come to the sustainability part of the discussions. So my first question is to Mr. Ahuja. I understand that your company is India's first Greenco gold-rated textile company, and you have also taken a target of achieving negative GHG emission, positive water, and zero waste. Now, I'm sure that these things doesn't come without any cost. There is a cost to it. But when you are continuing your effort, definitely it is giving you back something to your business. So we are interested to understand that what type of benefits you are getting by going into this sustainability path.
It's an honor for my team to be the first Greenco Gold certified company in the country. We believe that this is a way forward for many others. And being an MSME, we are able to get this kind of position. And in Maharashtra, there are n number of companies who could follow suit. Last year, we also got the Green Pro certification where our products are eco-labeled on the global network. So these have been a good way forward in the sustainability domain. As far as the benefits are concerned, it's not in terms of a premium on the product. I would like to share that, but definitely in terms of marketing and sales, you get far more priority with the corporates and the brands that we are working with. And there are a lot of benefits in terms of cost reduction. So when you see your balance sheet, you can see the benefits of conservation of water, energy, and even waste. When you are mitigating waste or able to recycle, reuse the waste, it also adds up. But besides the number, what I want to emphasize are the intangibles. So just for an example, it's a great HR story because people are, very happy to work for a do-good company and attrition levels are low. So all in all, your involvement with the local community, the social impact, all these positives add up to improve the environment in which the industry is operating and being perceived. That perception also changes in a large manner.
No, I totally agree. In many instances, we look at our sustainability initiatives as a pure investment and a cost, but actually it pays back, and it's nice to hear from an industrialist himself. Coming to Mr. Pathare, as per my understanding, that in your manufacturing setup, almost 90%, more than 90% is probably women workers. And you have put a lot of emphasis on the women empowerment part. Again, I repeat my same questions. All these things comes with a cost. So what is the business benefits you are getting by investing in social sustainability?
First of all, I think I'm of the opinion that if our country has to progress, then women will have to play a very, very important role in driving this economy. And as far as our factory is concerned, and you have rightly put forward that 90% of women empowerment has been acknowledged. Yes, the majority of the factor, which is the stitching part, the operational part, where a lot of skill is required, we do employ skill training women, and where there is a heavy lifting part like warehousing and all, that is taken care by the men. The whole idea is to, we have a dedicated training center at the factory level where before and after, during the process, when the employees joined, very detailed knowledge of training is given. To just talk about it, before the woman has to come on the stitching machine, we employ 7 to 8 days theoretical training at our training center, which gives a very, very detailed, minute knowledge about the skills that is required in this industry. Just to tell you, because these people, when they come from the villages, they definitely do not have any knowledge, I would say. To some extent, when nowadays you do have people coming from the other industries also, where some knowledge is already gathered. So I would say one is very, very practical knowledge that we give helps overall quality of the product. Second, safe and supportive logistics. Now, when I talk about 90% of women in a factory, safety of a woman is also very, very important. So we take care of people coming from various districts. They normally travel, say, around 30 to 90 kilometers to earn their bread and butter. We deploy our factory buses. We are around have 70, 80 buses which takes care of, and every bus is also equipped with safety factors too. And these people are actually picked up from their villages, brought to the factory, and again dropped back to their factory after the factory working hours, which is very, very important in today's context. Third, there are also migrant people who also comes from different states. Like, for example, as I just mentioned earlier, that we are giving training to 100 people in Maharashtra. Similarly, we also have migrant workers coming from Odisha, from Kerala. For these women workers who come, we have a dormitory setup. We have a quarters set up inside our factory premises, which is equipped to handle around 200 to 300 women staying inside the factory setup. Again, I say that because it's very, very important that when they are migrant, they come, they stay, and not just stay, but based on the cultural, because some comes from Odisha, we have to also manage the Odisha food. Some comes from Kerala, we have to manage the Kerala food. Because what happens is, once all these things happen, there are three things which impacts the business. One is the attrition level definitely comes down, and there is a definitely discipline in the system. It helps in to produce superior quality because the mindset is very, very clear, and at the same time, it builds up a stronger and safety workplace in the culture. So I think it overall adds on, all these parameters definitely adds on to the brand value.
Great, great. Nice to understand the business benefits, and I'm sure that will inspire other manufacturers also to invest in the same way. My next question is to Mr. Arora. Mr. Arora, you are exporting to several countries, and this question is more related to compliance part of it. We know that different markets have different level of compliance, and there are new compliance rules, regulations are also coming up. So what are the major challenges for as a textile or home textile manufacturer? And because there are new rules and regulations which are coming up, especially from EU, do you foresee any particular aspects which can be really challenging for the Indian manufacturers?
I think, the world's moving in the right direction, and that requires modification of investment choices, but the biggest challenge is internal alignment, especially if you are trying to do something that the rest of the area is not doing. So I think the practice is to be compliant in every manner. The challenge is mainly internal. In many senses, the compliance actually on a very general level means adhering to the law, and the law is actually in your own favor. Upfront, it's difficult for people to appreciate that. There are, I would say, conflicts. It can be, a simple example can be, you have 115 hours of overtime per quarter, and you may have high demand and low supply in that particular quarter. And you may think as a production head that you have to maintain your production, so you should be allowed to overshoot. But if you go into one more level of detail, it's as simple as that. A human being can't really work that many hours. It's as simple as that. It's not so complicated. In many cases, therefore, I won't make it a long, explanation. The first challenge is internal. As far as what's coming ahead, it's very evident that the EU is raising the bar. It's also very evident that the whole world was going in a direction where the whole world was kind of, taking up a signed declaration, or at least a stated declaration, that we will achieve a sustainable position by this date. So on a very macro level, the changes are very transparently known. There are things like digital labels, digital passports, which will be required for products, especially that are being exported to EU. All of this can be solved, transparency, traceability. It can easily be solved mainly through technology and through the right, I would say, internal, setup of the process. And many of that can help you in many ways. If you have bad quality yarn coming into, raw material coming into your factory, and you have a good traceability, you'd be able to trace the culprit and isolate it too. It's not only, so it's always bringing benefits. If someone's pushing hard towards, an ESG compliance situation, the safety is in great favor of the whole organization, the work family as well as whoever are the investors, because keeping the environment safe is as important inside the factory as it is to keep the environment healthy outside the factory. So really that's my own simplified version of, whatever is coming. Today it seems like a tax, a burden, an effort, an investment. Since we have our factories in Tarapur, and we have colleagues here who have manufacturing in Tarapur, they all have gone through a situation where Tarapur became the most polluted area in the whole of the country. Sorry to say that on a panel where I'm part of the representing, I would say, textile industry in Maharashtra, but it's a well-known fact. I think it's worked to the advantage. Everybody got to recycle water. Our company grew 3 times and our water bill didn't grow. I think that's not happened to any of my line items in my P&L. That, you were able to grow your company 3 times and your inputs, costs are not going up. So I think some of this is all works out in the end. It's the upfront understanding that's required. I think India and Indian manufacturers will deal with it if they're just honest. When we are going through compliance today, the biggest problem is that there are 17 different compliance. You know, so if you only had a GOT standard to follow, so I think the challenge is only that you've got to, every guy comes in with his whole own rule book. So if you had one standard, that would be great.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the input. So what I take from your response that, you know, initially, although it looks like challenging, but it finally helps. It gives back to the business. So my next question is to Mr. Kasekar. Mr. Kasekar, see, till now, whatever discussion we had, they are mainly representing the large companies. However, if I look at the textile and apparel sector, there is a vast MSME sector. And they also need to comply with all the rules, regulations. In the new EU rules, there is the whole supply chain has to follow the rules and regulations. Do you have any suggestion that how the MSME segments can be more compliant to all these things? How maybe your organization is supporting them to be compliant, if you can just throw some light.
Yeah. Sure. Before I, yeah. So before I start my answer, I would like to thank Arora ji because he has made my life much more easier by endorsing strongly for the compliance policies. So thank you, sir, for that. Yeah, now coming back to the question, MSMEs, yes, they play a very important and significant role as far as the textiles supply chain is concerned in India. Not only in the current world, but prior to this also, if I go back to 20-22 years where I was engaged with the third-party testing inspection agencies, small manufacturers, the MSMEs, were always a part of a bigger supply chain. The only changes, and the one good thing in India is that whatever the policy comes or whatever the regulations comes, textile industry, okay, they may oppose in the initial stage, but they are ready to comply and make the amendments and get along with the requirements of the global world. So that is a good part of the Indian textile industry. Now coming to MSMEs, now these MSMEs are directly or indirectly related to the supply chain from where the products are being sold in the global market. And as Mr. Arora pointed out, various regulations either in Europe or US or any other part of the world, the compliances and the requirements are getting much more stronger and stricter. And believe me, you have to do it. You are responsible. There is a ERP policy, there is a digital passport, and there are many other things from where it will not be only your self-claims which are going to be sufficient. No. If you claim something, then you are responsible for that claim, and you need to validate your claims in as per what the regulations or the law says in that particular country. So MSMEs also need to comply, because if they don't comply, then unfortunately they cannot join hands with the bigger industries to supply them for their requirements. So it's again a win-win situation, and the need also that they all need to comply to the regulatory things and everything. Okay, coming back to the costing part, I mean, one has to analyze that first you need to understand why sustainability is required. Is it only because the brand and the retailers are demanding? Or really, genuinely you feel from inside that this is for the betterment of the society or for the betterment of the Mother Earth? If you think from that perspective, it really is a profitable thing to do. Okay, so as a standard organization, as a gold standard of what we normally say in the textile industry, we always endorse a complete sustainability program right from farm to fashion. Now coming back to your question about how as a standard we are supporting to this textile industry or for the smaller segments, I think this was a very good platform to showcase what we have done recently. We started off with a pilot project in Japan initially, whereby we can say it because when we talk of compliances and all, there are many things to be taken care of, right? From the documentations or to other technical or the legal parts and everything. So which became a big challenge for these small companies, you know, or scattered industries to be a part of this bigger supply chain. But we, from GOTS, we recently started with a controlled supply chain policy from where we encourage, and we are having a other way around to support and encourage these MSMEs or the small people, small clusters of business, from where how they can support and be a part of these sustainability programs. So this is not a place where I can elaborate this on a very larger scale, but yes, if you need to have some more discussions about that, more know-how of how your company can comply within the minimum cost and still be a part of the regular supply chain, you can approach me. I'm here to answer your queries. But yes, from as a standard and as a responsible standard to support the industry, we are always there to help you out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kasekar. So, just to add maybe one more thoughts for the MSME sector, some cluster level initiatives that at the cluster level, if the MSME units can come together and there is a collective approach for being compliant, that can be thought of. I am not elaborating that point. I'm keeping an eye on the watch as well. We will be concluding the sustainability related discussions now, and I understand the present textile policy is supporting a lot about the companies, about the industries for being sustainable. However, there might be still some chance of improvement. So very quickly from your side to all the panelists, if you have any suggestion to government, how they can support the industry further, maybe quick 1 or 2 points.
I think 2 points I can quickly sum up. One is the green power subsidy that everybody is talking about, where we can subsidize the or maybe lower tariffs for the textile industry, and in terms of shifting to the green power project, where on a longer terms the operating cost can come down, where more and more MSME can join. Second is preference to MSME is a very, very important factor. And in terms of scheme, now today what happens is most of the time it's only the bank interest that is less. But if there is something that we can facilitate MSME in, say, like color chemicals, or say in fabrics, or say maybe in buying machines, where the support can come to MSME, then more and more MSME can come and form a group, form an association, which is where textile industry can sustain.
Thank you. You?
Yeah. I think normally on such platforms where we come and discuss about sustainability and all, we normally tend to forget very two important and vital aspects of the supply chain and of the industry. One, we never talk about the consumer. We are talking of sustainability, we are practicing it, the MSMEs or the big companies, they all practice it, but it is for the end consumer. But the consumer awareness, what needs to be there in India, is absolutely zero. I mean, at one point I boast of, okay, India, my country, we are the largest supplier of sustainable products in the global market, but unfortunately we are not the largest consumers. Even though we itself are the biggest consuming industry, we don't consume that much of sustainable products in our day-to-day life. We talk, but we don't walk that way. That is one thing. Second vital and very important aspect that a focus is given, but not to that extent, is from where this thought process starts are the academias. We never think of these sustainability programs being taught there is no structured educational program from where the students or the upcoming entrepreneurs or the staff or the skilled workers are getting trained on the sustainability aspects. There are small talks which are happening in the respective institutes, but I think we all need to come together so that, because as of now, there is a big supply and demand gap between the skilled sustainability employee or the person and the implementer. So we need to close that gap as well. So these two, consumers and the academias.
I would like to take Ajay's point forward here as recognizing the opportunity for our industry department, that Maharashtra's biggest advantage is the coastline for the textile processing sector. So he mentioned how he's scaled up the processing industry in Tarapur. So we have an opportunity to process 75 MLD of treated wastewater in Tarapur, and it is being utilized to 1/3 or 1/4 the capacity at the moment. There's a very big geographical advantage of the Surya River providing fresh water for the industry on the east and discharging 7 kilometers into the sea on the west. So I think that this is one part where textile industry can get a great spurt when we are able to set up these industries, with the classic example of moving from the worst polluted area to the best polluted area in Tarapur. So that's kudos to the industry and the department. And let's take this opportunity, if not in Tarapur, then probably have a textile park on the coastline with this as the basis for encouraging the textile processing industries, which moved a lot towards south of Gujarat and even Ahmedabad. That can all come back to Maharashtra.
So I'd like to just say that I wasn't really prepared for this point, but what Charan said sparks my thought, right? When we are discharging water into the sea after cleaning it of all what is called harmful, you have a high concentration of salts. And the norm currently needs to be aligned with the fact that the water we're putting in the sea is actually better than the seawater. But the by miles, but the norm tells us that we have to be compliant with a certain TDS. So Maharashtra Pollution Control Board needs to look at that for areas like Tarapur, which are strong textile industry footprint is there, it should be scientifically aligned to not impose a burden on industry which is actually helping that water. When you're putting I would say relatively less concentrated water into the sea, you're actually helping the sea. So that is one thought that just sparked in my mind. The other thought I would say is, coming from my personal experience, are all companies who are trying to put solar energy, a commitment towards more renewable energy, whether solar or wind, they will first start with their roof. And the IRR is good when you do not have a cost of land and you have the roof available. That is the phase one, and you typically will not achieve more than 11 to 20% depending on the kind of manufacturing you have through that first phase. The second phase, if you want to further take it up and get to 100% on a certain day or on a certain stage, I think 100% will happen once solar battery storage becomes much more viable. So as an interim stage, you can leverage solar farms. We currently have been evaluating since the last 2 years that whether we can invest in a solar farm. It's a substantial investment. It has a very simple payback. You are the customer. One should always accept a lower payback when one has a guaranteed customer, that means it's a captive consumption. But somehow the policy in Maharashtra, as the only state compared to other states, does not encourage that. I won't go into more detail given that we have a clock, but Maharashtra should seriously look at why solar farms are not springing up feeding textile industry.
Thank you, panelists. Quickly, we will move to we have the question answer session at the last, sir. Quickly, I'm going to the infrastructure part of the discussions. Again, a request to all the panelists. I'm just keeping an eye on the watch. Probably we have to be a bit quick in our sessions because we have some interesting questions at the end. So this question is to Mr. Pathare and Mr. Ahuja, to both of you, that, in the recent, in the ongoing textile policy of Maharashtra, there is a lot of emphasis on textile park. And we also know that at the country level also, we are thinking about PM Mitra and this type of industrial park concept. However, textile parks, and many of them have not actually succeeded. They have not achieved the objectives. So, do you have any comments or suggestion which will help Maharashtra to improve the impact of the textile parks? Any one of you can start.
Honorable sir is here, and 5 years back during COVID, I had had a conversation on plug and play. So sir has been moving that forward. I still stick to that plug and play infrastructure, even on rent, can transform operations in textile parks. Many MSMEs will set up shops as ancillary units to support the large industry inside the park as well as in the clusters around the park. Garmenting units could mushroom. That's something that Maharashtra needs for the employment as well. These could mushroom overnight, and trim suppliers will come closer to their customers, reducing lead times and wastages. Another force multiplier for these parks could be skilling. So training centers with appropriate programs could bridge the workforce gap for the industry and create livelihood for the local population. So very quickly, I have shared with you something which we need to do in these parks.
Sure. See, we talk about textile parks, which is a the idea is really very powerful, but we also need to draw a line that how many textile parks have come and how many textiles parks have become successful. And if not, then why? These kind of questions will definitely need to be addressed. I personally feel that if I draw a line from, say, Maharashtra versus other states, now I will talk about Tamil Nadu because my factory is over there and I see a lot of textile parks over there. As Mr. Charan rightly said forward that he said plug and play, I'll put forward plug and produce ecosystem, which is a very important parameter because the park should not just offer land or sheds. It has to offer a complete textile value chain support within the park. If say, if I'm a garment supplier and I am present inside the park, probably the park will also need to address, is there a packaging supplier similarly based inside the park, or if not, then I have to produce the packaging from, say, other states, which is again going to be a costly logistics cost. And ultimately, this is going to add the cost, where the end consumer will have to pay. So that is, plug and produce is very important parameter, and also the park will need to be, if there is a processing unit, then it also needs to be equipped to handle CTP. Whether we all have this kind of structure inside the park. Second is, I would say, can we do something like offer a performance-based incentive to the park developers, where I would say that if the park is maintained in terms of maintenance, tenant occupancy, ecosystem growth, then there is definitely where, some kind of performance incentive. And third is, the park should also be equipped to handle the residential facility, as I said, because textile is a highly labor-oriented system, and where workers or the workforce coming from various distance, can the park be equipped to handle such kind of infrastructure?
Thank you. I think very nice suggestions has come up, and I'm sure that either our team or somebody is already taking note of these suggestions. This can go a long way in improving the policy matters. See, logistics is another important part, if I look at the industrial infrastructure as a whole, and there is a continuous evolution happening to reduce the cost, time, and uncertainty related to logistics. So my question is to Mr. Arora. Mr. Arora, if you have any suggestions, how the logistics can be improved further, which will support the textile and apparel industry, or as such the industrial productions. If you have any example also, or any thoughts to share.
Yeah, so my thought is that we have the Vadhavan port being developed, and it's very well located from many places. To cut logistics costs, it would be great to have freight moving by trains rather than roads, and that can actually bring logistic costs down. Also, it can bring the turnaround time down, because quite often moving by cargo by roads, you face lots of delays, accidents, etc. So that is going to become more and more important for exports. We are seeing quite a lot of disruptions in supply chains. So every day lost can become a week lost or 10 days lost.
Thank you. Thank you. So just like I discussed regarding the sustainability part, I have similar question to all my panelists, that the present policy of Maharashtra that is also supporting in development of the infrastructure, and a lot has also happened. Let us give that credit also. However, if you have any suggestion how government can support further improvement of the infrastructure, what those can be, one or two thought process from each one of you.
No, I rightly said in the earlier discussion that if I want that the policies needs to be addressed, then I think because in textiles, MSME, as I said, they really play a very important role. And when I talk about my value chain efforts, then a lot of MSEBs are involved into our value chain. I definitely feel that government will have to come forward and support this MSME because it definitely adds on to completion of value chain in system.
Okay. If you have any suggestion, yeah.
In terms of infrastructure, we should be looking at China to find these answers. Besides textile, these investments will also be relevant to other industries, obviously. Well-developed roads and rail infrastructure, setting up common utilities like steam, etc., affordable electricity supply, healthcare, and skill development are some of the key areas for upgradation which can take the industry to the global challenges.
So, my thought is that, although digital doesn't seem to be a topic, but digital infrastructure and ecosystem in India is really good. It's in many ways, a system that is complete. If one can actually focus on boosting that up, it can reduce the need for physical infrastructure and can save the country a lot of capital and time. It takes time to actually transform the country's roads, etc. America's done it, in the 40s, and I think American infrastructure is now crumbling, and they are not able to get it back on track. So we are making efforts. I mean, I think lots is happening in certain parts of Maharashtra. There's a plan on the India level as well to have better roads, connectivity. All of that is, of course, much needed. It's not that digital can completely replace, but in many ways it can completely, it's unnecessary to be physically there.
No, I really thank you for bringing in this digital infrastructure aspect. That's very important part of it and necessary. And not only that, please keep in mind, earlier we talked about sustainability, we talked about the upcoming rules and regulations. Traceability is going to be a very important parameter. And for that, again, this type of digital infrastructures will be very much necessary. You want to add any point?
Yeah, I wanted to add because normally we talk on these platforms is about the big industries or the organized segment. When we see Maharashtra as such, it's not only about the cotton or the synthetic materials, but we also have certain belts in Maharashtra where we have a very fantastic production of silk. Now, textile is a very fantastic combination of multiple fibers and filaments and yarns and everything. So every segment needs to have its own, need to be focused properly. When we talk of specifically for the segments like silk, where it mainly comes from the villages or from the rural areas, I think, and these are the rich fibers, these are the luxury fibers, and these they can definitely get some values, right value, if they are promoted through a sustainable channel. So I think from government and a standard perspective, like the standards will operate, definitely implement all the local laws and regulations. But going beyond, we also need to focus on such segments like I talk of silk or any other such, if you go to Himalayan, there are Kashmir or the camel fibers or something like that. So we need to consider all these 5 segments also, from where we can definitely, through a standard like us, we can definitely give them a global linkage and a coverage to the top brands and retailers.
Sure. We are quickly moving to our third and the last segment. Sir, we have question answer session at the end. You are raising your hand repeatedly. We will definitely come to you. Yeah. Our last part is on cost of manufacture. I think, whatever said and done, at the end, the buyer asks, okay, I'm ready to take it. How much is the cost? So let me ask the first question to Mr. Pathare, because he has his manufacturing setup outside of Maharashtra as well. So probably he is the right person to give us a comparative understanding that where Maharashtra is leading or where they need some improvement. So I will start with you. Can you please help us?
I think I need to be really fair enough to discuss this on the table because, as I said, that there is always a scope of improvement. But textiles, specifically when I talk about our innerwear industry, where 95% of innerwear industry is manufactured outside Maharashtra. Now that is a really number that which I can talk about. There are few that is manufactured, but why is it something that I always would like to understand, like to draw a chart. Very important parameter is, say from an infrastructure point of view and a facility. One is the electricity cost. Now, when I compared the Maharashtra electricity cost vis-a-vis, say, which is 7 to 8 rupees per unit, and as compared to in Tamil Nadu, which is around 4 to 5 rupees, that itself is a bigger aspect of drawing of attention, that I would say. And obviously, for that reason, so one of the aspect of industry moving is one of the reasons. Second is also availability of skilled labors. Now, when I talk about availability of skilled labors, it doesn't mean that we do not have workforce here. The attention I would like to point is, as I said in the earlier discussion, that skill development is going to be very important aspect. And we do have a lot of skill development training centers in Tamil Nadu, in Odisha. Maharashtra has just begun. It is yet to begin. And for any industry, I think the skilled workforce is going to be very important aspect. One of the reason is also logistics and port access. Now, from our side, we are highly dependent, say, on JNPT logistics port. But in Tamil Nadu, we have Chennai, we have Tuticorin, where all these ports is at a approximately distance. Now, I'm not talking about the accessibility of the port, but the infrastructure, the inland logistics, which is very important to reach to this port, is also adding the factor where the operational cost goes high. Today, I think with due respect to our Samruddhi highway, which has definitely added a really great infrastructure, probably these kind of highways and these kind of ports needs to be accessed to such kind of proximity. So I think going forward from here, what I can talk about is, though we are ahead of in strategic geographical location, Maharashtra has a very strategic access. But at the same time, we will have to talk about the operational cost, the skill gaps that I spoke about, and of course, as textile parks needs to come in with plug and play role. So if we talk about the magnetic Maharashtra, if we talk about a smart Maharashtra, I think we will have to tie up with various corporates. I would love to get tie-ups with such textile parks and offer something kind of a co-branded certificates where more and more people can plug in.
Just quick question. You mentioned about manpower cost. So at a same type of productivity level, right? Because productivity also is one of the important factors which you have to keep in mind. What is the kind of cost difference of manpower between Maharashtra and, let's say, any other state?
See, in terms of, I would not completely say that it's completely very cheap or very low in terms of cost, but the very important aspect is the efficiency level and the skilled efficiency, which is very important here. I would like to put forward that as of now, because the proximity of the region have not been into this industry, I think we are highly an agricultural belt. So probably now is the time that also adding textile industry in various segments, like we have Nanded, Amravati, Nagpur, all this segment needs to collaborate and contribute and get better and better labor oriented, because the cost of labor is not that important. Am I incurring the labor, the skilled labor at what level is very important.
Sure.
So that's the difference, I would say.
Sure. I will come to Mr. Ahuja. In one of our discussions, you talked about the cost of solar energy, and you had some specific comments related to it. Would you like to elaborate?
That's a bit of an awkward situation, but industry has been talking about the requirements from the government in this regard. So I'll once again like to reiterate that for us being permanently carbon negative, operating 100% on renewables still looks like a dream, and on-site generation is very minimal. So going off-site would require a lot of government attention and support. And I urge our industry department that they should find a way, especially on the transmission side. So even if we don't get capital subsidy, interest subsidy, but if our transmission is free, then I believe the industry is willing to invest in solar in a very large manner.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Now, when we are talking about cost of manufacturing, it is not only unit cost. It is also how many units you are consuming. It is, I mean, whether it is in terms of energy, whether it is in terms of manpower, whether it is in terms of water, how many units you are, actually taking up. So there are ways to reduce the cost of manufacturing. Maybe this question is to Mr. Arora, so that do you have any suggestions how industry can actually reduce the cost of manufacturing, what they can do further?
Yeah, so how much time do we have?
We have 10 minutes altogether I have been given, and I have 5 minutes for the question answer.
I'll take 3. So I'll take a attempt to say that, the state and the country needs to prioritize employment. I think that is the biggest need in India, as we are a young country. So I won't really try to touch upon eliminating people as a method to reduce manufacturing cost. I try to definitely stick with boosting productivity by, training people. If the government gives a significant push to subsidizing manpower costs, I think the textile industry is definitely going to be happier. So that is the government helping us. I never like to say that. That is always makes the industry weaker, not stronger. But if really that is our country's goal, and we are not generating enough jobs in a world where there is AI and robotics and tariff barriers and inclusiveness rather than, globalization trends, if that is the ecosystem and we have our demographic, curve putting pressure, then first thing we should do is subsidize industry that is in the policy, pull the lever of encouraging employment. Industry will get subsidized. Industry should pull the lever of training and productivity. I think the textile upgradation scheme has done well to encourage industry to modernize. I think that phase is continuing. It has been around for a while, so the machines are quite modern. But I still feel industry hasn't done a good job in investing in machines which are around the machines. So which is basically material movement, warehousing and packaging, where a lot of labor is actually employed. So to industry, I would say you should look at that now, because you finished, the production aspect. So that is the story on manpower. On energy, I seriously feel the energy cost should be zero. It should be zero of solar energy. You put a certain amount of capital, you amortize it. You are getting, if you're a profitable company, you have a great opportunity to get depreciation and to get, the subsidy that is there. But if you one time can get clarity and some amount of encouragement on the policy, then industries eliminated the energy cost. So you can, you can't really ask for a better idea.
Sure.
You just kill it to zero. If you talk about the third cost, it is the cost of capital. And I would seriously say that it's a working capital intensive industry in domestic market as well as exports. And I think on the export side, the subsidy has been practically taken away by the central government, which was doing it. If Maharashtra wants to do something over there, or on the side of the policy, they've put a 40%, up to a 40% subsidy. They took away the interest subsidy as far as I understand. But it is still capital intensive industry. There is, land, building, machinery, and working capital. So these are the three main costs. Material cost is fine. Against China, we are not competitive in polyester. So that's the other fourth cost. I think somebody needs to look into why we are not competitive against China on basic material. So the textile industry is actually not starting with a level playing field.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree. My last question to the panel, and requesting you to be quick. So, in the we already touched upon, as far as the manpower cost, there are many ways we can reduce it. But education is also can play a big role. Would you quickly touch upon that? How you think that education, proper education, can reduce the cost of manpower?
Yeah, I think I can go back to my previous sentence, what I said in my earlier point, whereby there is a big gap between from the industry requirements of the people who are following and implementing the sustainability practices and the people who implement that. So, and the implementation people will only come from the academia segment. So, what I would, the same again, there are baby steps being taken by the educational institutes like VZTIs or ICTs or even IITs also, from where we can have a stronger workforce or the people who are going to implement the sustainability aspects in the industry on a larger scale. That will really help the industry to maintain the decorum. One more point I need to just add up, just to things, how this education and these new techniques can help up. Like in GOTS, what we have started up is an AI program, whereby we have started the satellite mapping of the cotton farms. So no, it's a program, it's a collaboration between the European Space Agency and GOTS, whereby you can monitor the cotton farms on day-to-day basis, which gives you a real data of day-to-day activities. You can identify which is conventional, which is organic, and multiple rotation, crop rotation, everything. All these technologies, through the help of these new skilled people being trained properly, can definitely be an asset for the industry in coming days.
Thank you. Thanks to all the panelists for your time, for your really valuable input. And we hope that it will help the state government to think about some of the policy angle, and that will definitely help the industry to be more competitive. Thanks to all the panel. I don't know whether we have time for taking one or two questions.
We are running short of time, so maybe you could take questions off stage.
Oh, no problem. So we will, if somebody has any questions, they can ask off stage. Actually, he is asking,
okay, maybe
he's
one
trying
question.
to ask the questions
Yeah,
repeatedly.
we can have one question, yeah.
Can anyone give a microphone, please? I request you just to introduce yourself, and you can ask the questions if you have.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Binod Jain here from Indocount Industries Limited. So we started our journey in Maharashtra in 1988, and currently we employ around 10,000 people across. We have now two state locations, in Maharashtra, in Kolhapur, and then second one is in Bhilad in Gujarat. This we acquired in 2022. So largely I agree with Mr. Arora and our guest from VIP Industries. So Maharashtra, I will just touch upon a few points, and sorry for interrupting in between, because all those points which you discussed, we are directly affected, like, or somehow, we also want to, So from time to time, like I myself, have studied 7 states policies. Because we are always looking for some expansion every 3 years. So that was Odisha, Madhya Pradesh.
Sir,
so
may I
I'll just
request, what is the question, sir?
In brief, no, so I will come directly on this point. So solar policy, like Mr. Arora also mentioned, now we have 2 states present. So I compared with Gujarat and Maharashtra. So Gujarat, we want to, we have now 90% operating on green energy. In Maharashtra, we are hardly 5 or 10%. So there is no land. Because sir already mentioned, like rooftop 100% we have done. But now overall, we 98% of all products are exported to out of India. So around 70-75% to the North America and entire world. So, and the customers all are asking now, e-regulations also, you are talking sustainability and all those things. So I also take care of ES, sustainability matters for my organization. So the huge challenges, then coal, we are using coal. Like, so how to phase it out in maybe next 3, 4, 5 years. So solar, one is I said land is not there. Secondly, there is no facility like Gujarat. Gujarat have net metering facility. So whatever we have put up a unit in place which is away from our plant. and our net metering basis, we are getting credit for whatever units we are generating. But that facility is not in Maharashtra. So
Sir, I
how?
want to come in here when you speak about Maharashtra,
Yeah.
that we sitting here for the last 4-5 decades have grown in this state and all
No,
the
definitely,
support.
I agree
No,
with that.
please let
I'm not
me-
saying we are
No,
not
I know,
grown.
I'm just coming to the point of what you said about the coal. So as a company, we've been able to run our boilers and thermic fluids heaters on briquettes for 17 years. So it's also the initiatives like rest of my panel has been speaking about, where industry has to play their role, the government has been playing their role, and we look forward to see, coming together and making Maharashtra great again.
So, sir, we have invested more than 2,000 crores in Maharashtra state itself till now. And like, we will invest more. But this is a basic question, land, we are giving regularly representation to state government, to the textile minister, to the industries minister, everywhere. Recently only we invested more than 500 crores in Maharashtra. My point is not, we are proud of working in Maharashtra, having all units, large unit in Kolhapur, but this is one green energy. Secondly, labor cost. Sir also mentioned like in Tamil Nadu, what is the cost? What is the cost we are paying in Maharashtra? And when we compare with Tamil Nadu or Gujarat, we are paying almost 40-50% extra cost in Maharashtra.
Sir, I'm sorry, I have to
This
request
suggestion,
you
I
that
mean
we can
the
have the
suggestions.
discussion, sir, off stage because they need it for some other purpose.
Sir, I want to tell our policy came in November 2023 in Maharashtra, textile policy. Now till today there is no guidelines.
Right.
So my
We have
suggestion for
discussed
the
this
government
point. Yeah.
that these all things should move fast.
Sure.
Like otherwise Maharashtra is a leading state. And textile is second largest employment provider in India.
I'll just take this in.
So my point is, yeah, we will definitely
absolutely.
discuss. Yes.
So what we are doing is we are also representing various bodies also, and to the bodies we will have to put forward to the government.
We are regularly doing that to the central ministry also and to the state
with
ministry
the due
also.
respect, and once it goes to a right channel, all the decisions can be come. So I do value your
Yeah,
questions.
definitely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, our distinguished panelists, for sharing such valuable perspectives, and to our moderator for seamlessly guiding this rich conversation. Through this session, we've witnessed how the state is thoughtfully blending its rich textile heritage with forward-looking innovation. As Maharashtra continues to weave tradition with transformation, we hope that today's dialogue sparks meaningful growth, deeper collaboration, and renewed momentum across the textile industry. I now call upon Mr. Vijay Rathod, Joint CEO Vidarbha, MIDC, to please felicitate our panelists. Mr. Saha, if you could step forward. Mr. Saha. Mr. Pathare. Mr. Kasekar. Mr. Ahuja. And Mr. Arora. Can we stand for a group photo, please? A huge round of applause for our speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I now request our audience members to proceed to Jasmine 2 for the plenary session followed by the inaugural ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The event will start soon. The event will be graced by the presence of Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief
pioneering entrepreneurial journey in India's defense manufacturing space, Mr. Swamy has been instrumental in developing indigenous technologies such as the anti-drone gun mount system, assault rifle 7.62 and 6.8 mm calibers in collaboration with DRDO. Since joining NEBE in 2023, he has rapidly risen to executive leadership, playing a central role in driving exponential growth, strategic partnerships, and technological advancements across defense platforms, small arms, ammunition, space, and aeronautics. In recognition of his impact and leadership, he was named among India's 40 under 40 emerging leaders, cementing his place as one of the foremost young minds shaping the future of India's defense and aerospace industry. Next, we welcome Dr. Amit Mahajan, Director, Technical Research and Development at Paras Defense. A graduate of University of Mumbai, Mr. Mahajan has played a key role in advancing innovations in defense electronics, EMP protection, and aerospace systems. Under his leadership, Paras Defense has strengthened its position in indigenous defense manufacturing and launched new ventures like Quantico Technologies to lead in quantum communication. We are also joined by Mr. Surendra Vaidya, Executive Vice President and Business Head of Godrej Aerospace. An IIT Mumbai graduate in metallurgical engineering, he began his career in welding and special processes for nuclear and defense applications. He went on to establish Godrej Aerospace in 1985, which today is a trusted supplier to global aerospace majors like Boeing, Airbus, and Safran, and holds over 25 specialized processes and certifications critical to the industry. And completing our panel today, we have retired Rear Admiral Ashish Kulkarni, who is now with Arts and Engineering. With over 36 years in the Indian Navy, Mr. Kulkarni has led key operational and strategic roles, including Director General for Indigenous Submarine Construction and Admiral Superintendent of Naval Ship Repair Yard. An MTech from IIT Kanpur and recipient of the Vishishta Seva Medal, Mr. Kulkarni brings deep expertise in defense operations, project management, and leadership. I now hand over the session to our moderator, Captain Vishal Kanwar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So let me start with a small introduction to say that aerospace and defense sector, if you look at the entire country, in three lenses: supply, demand, and the regulatory ecosystem. The demand today is growing at close to about 12%, and that's kind of related to the capital expenditure. There is demand from global territories like Europe, which is increasing the GDP percentage from 2 to 3.5. Now we're looking at 5%. So there is a demand which is growing. The supply on defense production within the country is growing at about 9.5 to 10%, faster in the private sector, about 1% less in the public sector. So whilst the supply is increasing at 10%, demand about 12%, there is a perceptible gap of close to 1.5–2%, which is driving the growth in the sector. And the regulatory ecosystem within the country, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, defense corridors, defense testing infrastructure scheme, etc., are giving tailwinds to this growth. So this is, I just wanted to speak how we're seeing the sector growing overall. Specifically in Maharashtra, if you say, Maharashtra is playing a pivotal role in A&D sector. 30% of the share of India's defense manufacturing in weapons, ammunition, 21% share in shipbuilding, aircraft, etc. There are about 600 defense MSMEs in Maharashtra. Maharashtra was the first state to set up an A&D policy in 2017. It came out with the A&D manufacturing policy in 2018 subsequently. In fact, this is one of the states which has set up a venture fund for defense, Maharashtra Defense Venture Fund, where they have actually, funding close to 27 MSMEs in critical areas like missile systems, aerospace, etc. So therefore, the state is leading the, I would say, pack. However, if some of you would have realized after Op Sindoor, what the country needs is much more scale. Uh, for example, if a company can make 300 drones, these three services need at least 3,000, maybe in the next 3 years. So that's the level of scale we are talking of, and how do we build scale? Towards that, today we have an esteemed panelist with us. We have people who are CEOs of well-known OEMs. We have subject matter experts, people who have worked in dual-use technology. We have people who have focused on R&D and innovation. So, when we look at what is the growth challenges and how can Maharashtra's help in scaling up the aerospace and defense industry, I don't think we could have asked for a better panel to hear stories from them, also be inspired from their growth. Of course, I'll just read out the format. I will normally take about 3 questions with each of the panelists. We could reduce the number if we spend the time. First question, obviously, we'll hear their story for about 5 to 10 minutes, as much time they can bring in. Then we'll have a couple of more questions, and then we'll also have the house open for any questions which you might have. We will address that also, and then finally we'll have a summary of the session. We really look forward to enriching your experience here with these esteemed panelists. So let me start with Arun sir, who is with L&T, and Arun sir, with your kind of background, and I must say that missile defense and space, these two areas, what Arun sir has done in L&T, this is something which is very noteworthy. And I would say that even in Op Sindoor, you could easily see there is one area where India stood out is in our missile systems, whether it is BrahMos or Akash or any other missile, Visharat, etc. So to begin with, I would like to ask Arun sir, with your experience in space and missile system, I'll request you to take us through the L&T journey across how the L&T defense has grown. L&T is known for hand-holding vendors. L&T is known for investing in R&D. How you have grown your manufacturing value chain. And if there are some lessons for us, we would really be very delighted to hear from you, sir.
Thanks, Vishal. So let me take you through the L&T journey in aerospace and defense. And of course, our association with the space goes back to the first launch vehicle that was built. And that time, Dr. Kalam was the project director for the satellite launch vehicle SLV-3 that was built. And of course, in those days, the manufacturing infrastructure and ecosystem within the country was limited. So right out of Trivandrum, he had to come down to L&T Powai and get the launch vehicle hardware built. And those were the aerospace shops that existed till less than a year back in Powai. Of course, now all of it has migrated out because the city of Mumbai probably is not really a manufacturing hub anymore. And starting from there, from the space program, supporting the critical manufacturing, building rocket hardware. Of course, we have never built any propellants and explosives and all that. Our focus is more on the precision engineering and precision manufacturing. And when Dr. Kalam moved to DRDO and started the IGMDP program, that's when he again realized that if I want to build indigenous missile systems, I have to integrate the private industry into it. So in a sense, he was a visionary in those days. All of military hardware was built in the ordnance factories and in the public sector units. And he came down to us, and not only did he say that you have to manufacture these systems, But he also said that why don't you guys build the ground systems for us? So we'll leave it to your engineering capabilities, we'll leave it to your design capabilities, and we'll leave it to your manufacturing skills to build these systems independently for us. Of course, DRDO handled us and did all the design reviews and all that. But that is how we forayed into the defense sector. And our investments into R&D came because we worked with DRDO. And we realized the value of relying on our own design capabilities, our own R&D capabilities. And obviously in those days and even today, missile technology is not shared by any other country. You have to build it locally and in-house. And probably that forced us to think in the Atmanirbhar way, which today has become the adage of the government and which today is a movement. But we were forced to think like that way back in the mid-80s when I joined as a junior engineer in L&T. And that's how it grew. It was only in 2001 that the sector, defense sector, opened up for industry. They started industrial licensing in defense, and that enabled us to now think of working directly with the MOD, of building our own weapon systems and so on. And given the R&D base that we had of the last 15 years, we kind of leveraged that, built new factories. So we built the first weapon integration and testing, weapon system integration and testing factory in Talegaon. In the Talegaon MIDC, we had a 50-acre land. We built the first dedicated private sector defense factory. And of course, as we started doing that, we realized the need for a lot of partners and ecosystem. And that is how that whole belt, we started developing partners. We realized that defense equipment is largely electronics driven. So we invested into electronic capabilities, control system capabilities, found partners to work with us in electronics, and then moved on to designing and building our own radar systems and so on. So it's been a long journey. We've, our base has been Maharashtra. We've grown from here. But having said that, we've also looked at India as a diverse country with different skill sets and capabilities. And we built our shipyard in Tamil Nadu near Chennai, then precision manufacturing at Coimbatore, the hull manufacturing and armored systems at Hazira. So that's the way we've grown our business and the industry and the industrial ecosystem around it. So it's been a journey of heavily self-reliant, looking at R&D, looking at precision manufacturing, and integrating industrial capability into the defense and aerospace science and technology.
Thank you, sir. That's really inspirational. And I still remember in the Navy as a lieutenant, I came to your facility for factory acceptance trials of a triple torpedo tube launcher way back in '96. And, so L&T was the first private company, and I think they led the pack of private industry coming into the defense manufacturing. I would like to come to Amit now, and I was just talking to Amit a while ago, and I say that today, if you look at the private industry, the Achilles heel in defense manufacturing is R&D investment, innovation. What will it take for us to move from build to print, or build to specification, to build to concept, build to design, So that is where Amit, with Paras Defense, inspires us. Whether it is quantum or optic labs, or getting into areas and investing in R&D. I think his leadership has placed Paras Defense as a key player in defense manufacturing. across defense electronics, creating an optics, Paris Optic Parks, and driving innovation. So what we would really like to hear from you is, how has been your journey in innovation? What was those drivers? What can the rest, rest of us learn from Paris Defense as to how do we increase our R&D investments, and investment not only in terms of cash, investment in terms of creating talent, attracting, retaining talent, investment in terms of how do we use the governance and policy to our advantages, and what kind of challenges and successes have you achieved in your journey? Over to you, Amit.
Thank you so much, Captain Vishal. Firstly, I would like to express that it's a big honor to be amongst this kind of panel, and I can't thank you guys enough for getting Paras here. I need to take this journey back to the current chairman who started this company back in the year 1970s, 1980s, and we very proudly quote his tagline, "When you fail elsewhere, come to us." You know, that has been the DNA of our journey. Subsequently, Munjal, who joined him in 1997, took an obvious plunge that, you know, if you want to do innovation and if you want to do technology development, this is the area, defense and space is the area that we need to focus on. Very few companies like L&T and Tata, I can count only these two who started this vision, and we were amongst those first industries who tried to follow the footsteps of these big giants. And our journey, we started off with this one mindset that we are not wanting to be in a competitive space. Now, when you have this, that you don't want to be in competitive space, automatically the focus shifts on R&D, technology development, and innovation. If you are not at the top of your game when it comes to R&D, then you're automatically attracting a lot of people doing mundane work. So this being the nucleus, this is where Paras started, and I'm very proud that we have been, as a second generation entrepreneurs, we've been very successful, I would say, trying to be successful at what was set out to be, and we're trying to do something new. You mentioned quantum, and I'm very proud to say that Paras is talking about quantum when no other industry is thinking about it, right? We are engulfed in the missiles, we are engulfed in the other tank and other areas, which I would say are going to be near to redundant kind of technologies. When we are talking about quantum, we are at the cusp of something which is going to hit us. The day quantum computer is going to become reality, we will find ourselves gasping for security protocols, right? And that is the time where we won't have time to do R&D. Today is the time when you have to do a lot of research. You have to have the patience to build on something which you can't see. And that is where I am proud that Paras is trying to do something in that area. Said that, you spoke about optics park. So we have two basic verticals. One is optics and optronic systems, and another one is defense engineering. In optics optronic systems, we are again very proud alongside L&T. I can say that we are amongst those very few companies who contribute to the space programs of the country. And you know, optical lenses, mirrors, optical components. And ISRO has been very kind enough to handhold us to make optical systems for them now. And so optical components, optomechanical assemblies to optronic systems. We'll be doing a lot of research, not just on the technology, not just on the system level, but also on the process level. So we're developing processes which are one of its kind, first of its kind, and trying to make a difference in this area. This, when we are trying to do, we realized that optics is a very underrated technology. We want to use it, but we don't want to, we don't want to see where it comes from. So we are Japan, Korea, आ रहा है तो ले रहे हैं, यूरोप बेच रहा है तो ले रहे हैं, इजराइल दे रहा है तो ले रहे हैं. Nobody is wanting to sit down, dirty their hands, and build that technology. And we find that as a gap. We can proudly say that today we are leaders in this technology, but this pride will be short-lived if we don't contribute to building an ecosystem. And this is where we feel that an optics park can be our initiative, which will, in a selfish motive, will keep us alive and keep us leading the pack when the ecosystem is following us. It is necessary that we not just bring technologies from outside, but it is time that we realize that innovation is no more the responsibility of the West. Let's take it in our hands. Let's do something that nobody else has attempted. And let's make an ecosystem which includes the academia for building a better tomorrow. Maharashtra government has been very, very kind, very proactive, like CM sir said in the earlier hall, that building something which has not been attempted is something which is very proactive, and Maharashtra government has been successfully able to do this. And hence, we could sign an optics park kind of a vision with them. Now, when it comes to defense engineering, we are into defense electronics, we are into electromagnetic pulse protection. And again, I have to tell you that L&T has been that big brother, elder brother, who's been trying to hold our hand, let us grow, and nurturing an industry like us to where we are today. Electromagnetic pulse protection is again a technology which is very rare to find in India. We're very proud that we are the only company in the country to do something like that. And almost all the programs that L&T is a part of, L&T is offloading this particular technology to be done by industry like us, rather than trying to do everything by themselves. They're very, very kind, very nurturing when it comes to letting companies like us thrive with exclusive technologies and support them in their projects.
Thanks, Amit. I think one of the very important points which you said, of course, your R&D journey is inspirational, but really the big takeaway I have is that how to focus on technology rather than products as defense innovation companies, as defense tech companies. Because when you focus on technology as you're doing on quantum, the portfolio is huge. You could make quantum radar, you could make quantum key distribution, quantum computing. But when you focus on a product like, say, only quantum radar, then your options are limited. So I think that's a huge learning I see on what path you're taking. Moving on to, Bala, who comes from NIBE, heading the strategy. And I think NIBE is an MSME which has a huge success story. They are into land systems, moving into space systems, and also maritime domain. So, Bala, we really want to hear that, from a humble start, leading to where NIBE Aerospace is now. How has been your journey? What are your key drivers for growth, and some of your challenges, and also some failures which you can share with us for an SME? Because I think the tomorrow's world is about how the agility and responsiveness of MSMEs brings innovation on the battlefield. Good.
Sure. Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's truly an honor to be a part of this panel here, all the distinguished voices of defense and aerospace sector in the country. Well, to come with that, Captain, NIBE, we started as a very modest entrant into which is actually called as a very highly specialized and a capital-intensive market, usually dominated by legacy OEMs and DPSUs. We started our journey from there. In fact, I proudly keep saying in all the forums, in many ways, NIBE is a technical product of L&T and DRDO. They are the one who gave us the early platform and exposure. They helped us learn, they helped us deliver and innovate. And from there, from being a component manufacturer 4 years back, our journey has been in Pune. Today, we have set up an missile complex division, wherein we have invested in state-of-art manufacturing facilities. We have machines like 16-meter, 12-meter VMC machines with high precision accuracy. We have built a small arms manufacturing complex in Pune. Apart from that, in Shirdi, we are investing in around 300 acres land. We are building a mega factory there, wherein we are coming up with 155 shell forging line. We are setting up a 20,000 isothermal forging line, precision machining facility. So all this coming up, I think NIBE, if I have to summarize NIBE, our journey in the last 4 years, like what are our key milestones? Probably I would say our early alignment with DRDO and armed forces. That was our game changer. As Ramchandani sir rightly mentioned, that's what L&T's vision has been all the years. They aligned with DRDO, and that is what we have been, I would say, successfully able to do so far. We have been able to successfully absorb their technology transfers. DRDO has a program which is called as TOT, technology transfer programs, wherein they transfer the technology to the private sector, and private sectors can absorb it and commercialize it going ahead. So I think we're very proud to say, we have been able to absorb their niche technologies like Pinaka, their bridges, launcher systems and all. Second has been the indigenization and capability demonstration. Amit rightly mentioned, for us to grow, I know even the Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister mentioned about, that if India has to be Viksit Bharat, Maharashtra has to be the first chapter in it. For Maharashtra to be the first chapter, we have to shift our policy from manufacturing to innovation. And that has to be done, and that is where we have been trying to do. We have been trying to indigenize, we have been trying to enhance our capability demonstration. I think Make in India right now, if I say, Captain, it's an old news. It's, it's invent in India and export for the world. That's the mantra now. So I think definitely the policy has to shift towards innovation, and that is what has been one of our second milestone. And the third milestone, I would say, is the global footprint. NIBE, per se, I don't know if many of you would have seen recently, we have been successfully able to get an order from Israel, and NIBE is one of the pioneer companies, I would say, who are going to deliver 300 kilometers launches to Israel. So global footprint, that is something that I think we have been able to execute very well. That has been our forte, I would say. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bala. And I still remember when I'd come to your factory in Pune. It's a temple of defense innovation, and it was a pleasure to be there. So we look forward to companies turning into unicorns in future. So now I would like to go to Surinder Vaidya, sir. Godrej Aerospace, and if you look at what they have achieved since they were set up in 1985, supplying aerospace, gas turbine, components and parts to Rolls-Royce, to GE, meeting global accreditation standards. I think that's a huge achievement. And what we hear also is that today India lacks capability to manufacture gas turbines. Our LCAs are getting delayed because the turbines are getting delayed. We are not able to really get into turbines for either our aircraft or warships. So Godrej has the capability to perhaps be the first manufacturer of gas turbines in the country. Given the rich legacies, sir, which you have been part of this company for the longest time, what do you think were the areas where if you look at it from the point of process innovation within Godrej for precision manufacturing, and how has your journey been in terms of your successes and challenges which you faced? I would say that you were the central figure who drove this Godrej aerospace industry to this behemoth who's has perhaps the largest exports given their revenue numbers within the country. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vishalji. Good afternoon to all of you. When I say Godrej or anyone takes the name of Godrej, first thing comes in front of you is a commercial product like what we had all these days. But our journey from the commercial consumer products to this high technology area, aerospace and defense, started way back in 1985. And now for last 4 decades, we have been into it, achieving these various milestones. So 2 things I think we got really a good benefit. One is that the handholding of ISRO, DRDO in the initial periods when we were trying to understand what are these different materials which are not used in any consumer products. how to really work on them, what are all the different methods, processes, what are the different practices, and mainly the tolerances, because the environment in which these products are going to be used are going to be very demanding and far different from the consumer products which are used into our day-to-day life. So this journey called us to get into the two important aspects. One is the materials, as I said first, and the processes. Now, understanding materials was not that easy because these materials are rare. They are not easily available like titanium, aluminum, copper-based, nickel-based alloys. And to get those alloys in those days when we started in 80s and 90s was extremely difficult. So getting first few kilograms of that material and then making successfully a component which meets all the tolerances, gets assembled, gets tested, gets simulated into various the test facilities which are going to simulate what will happen into space or what will happen at higher altitudes. And that too in a fraction of a second. Like you know the fighter jets when we are going to fly, they are at ground maybe minus 20 degrees centigrade to plus 50 degrees centigrade, but when we fly at 30,000 feet, it is going to be minus 50, minus 80, and that is going to happen in few seconds. So you must understand this criticality of these materials, the behavior of this, all the items which are going to be there. And then after learning in the initial phases, we decided that we will get into the precision manufacturing where the parts are going to have the rotating motions like pumps and valves and regulators and filters. And today I am very happy and proud to say that all the liquid engines today ISRO uses, whether it is PSLV, GSLV Mark II, Mark III, the future missions which we are going to use it in our Gaganyaan or in our space station launching, all those engines are produced at Godrej. Similarly, all the thrusters which are used on any space mission requires compensation of the altitude as well as the correct orbit by a small to a large thruster. Those are also produced by us. Most of the liquid propulsion systems which are used in our defense are also produced by us. But all these days we were not getting the volume, the scale which is required for these industries. It's in 2006 when we saw that now the defense offsets, when we are going to procure more than 300 crores of any object from world primes, 33% or 30% of that was required to be produced in India, and that mandated industries like us who were stuck with ISRO, DRDO in development to really get involved or get our expertise to be showcased to the world. And that is where we got into the global business. And 2014 onwards, we are into the civil aviation also. Today, we are setting up a large facility at Khalapur, where we will be the first company to make a gas turbine or the aircraft engine, which is not produced. And our entire LCA or any other project which we are going to do it today, or even our most of the naval platforms which are not able to propagate because of the propulsion systems, I think we will be making those completely in-house. Now, while doing that, very happy to say that we have not taken even 1% help from anywhere in the world. The entire ecosystem in Maharashtra, whether it is academia, whether it is industries, whether it is MSMEs, all our requirements of tools, jigs, fixtures, technologies, special processes, heat treatment, everything has been managed within Maharashtra. Good support from IIT, good support from BRC, good support from all the technical and the research institutions. So I think this is a place where most of the things have happened so well and established a very good platform where we can really now look to take a major leap. And the current Atmanirbhar opportunities which are coming up, I think every one of us is busy for next 3 to 5 years. And that kind of assurance is, I think, going to make us to invent and innovate into the newer technologies so that we will not be catching up with the world, but we will become the leaders in the world in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaidya sir. And Godrej making liquid propulsion for ISRO. I think space sector, as we see, we're looking at about $44 billion economy by 2033 as per the latest decadal vision and space strategy document by InSpace and ISRO. So I think great to see you using the local ecosystem and how you have built that capability. It just re-emphasizes the fact that where there is will, there is a way. Thank you, sir. We'll move to Admiral Kulkarni, Ashish Kulkarni. Sir, your experience in, you introduced as part of Arts and Tata's, uh, both in submarine building and shipbuilding has been very extensive. Especially, the fact that you were also involved with, as ASD, Admiral Superintendent Dockyard in the NSRY for ship repair and ship refit. So with that kind of experience, could you share with us your journey with what kind of challenges and successes you faced, especially now that you have transitioned from, I would say, the government side of shipbuilding to private sector shipbuilding, with respect to, say, investments, hand-holding? How do you create mutual trust with the customer, which is Navy or Coast Guard in most of the cases, especially with regards to scaling up? We really need to scale up our shipbuilding, our submarine construction capability, especially using the lens of private sector.
Thank you very much, Captain Vishal. Good evening to you. Good evening to all the panelists here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to MIDC and CII for giving me this opportunity to be the speaker in this prestigious event. As brought out by Captain Vishal, for 37 years of my life, before retirement last year, I was with Indian Navy, and that too in submarine arm for more than 35 years. I was a customer of the yard, and I was demanding from the yard. That is the time the regulatory mechanism, the stringent operating procedures, all these things were ingraded or were put into us like a backstone, and we always relied on those. And same thing I tried to implement when I climbed up the ladder in Indian Navy and became Director General of Conventional Submarines Project. And my yard was Mazgaon Limited. They did a marvelous job by producing 6 P-75 submarines in a span of 15 years. That is the time I realized what are the difficulties and how hand-holding is important. So after retirement from Indian Navy last year, I joined Tata Hudson as independent director, and I said whatever lessons I have learned in last 37 years in Indian Navy as customer, now I must try to implement as yard. Get those quality procedures, get those quality norms, get that regulatory mechanism, put it into place, create some kind of healthy competition between defense PSUs and private shipyards like L&T, Hudson, any other yard. But that time I was thinking only from national perspective, overall maritime perspective for India. But in this particular forum, I'll speak mainly from Maharashtra point of view. I will be dealing with shipbuilding, what are the opportunities, challenges, and what is the way ahead, mainly from Maharashtra point of view. Orders are being placed by Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard, mainly on MDL in Maharashtra and GSL in Goa, without any stringent competition, without any ground leveling field. That is the time when private sector is entering into this particular field, they have to be very, very careful. Their procedures, their regulatory mechanism has to be there in place. Recently, the subsidies in shipbuildings have gone up, mainly for green fuel technology. It has gone up to 30%. And normal subsidy is 14%, which continues for last 7 years and which will continue for some more time. We need to take advantage of this. So these are the opportunities which I would say in shipbuilding, we need to scale up the operations, we need to scale up the production, then and then only we'll be able to compete globally. What are the challenges? The main challenge is absence of robust infrastructure, absence of robust design support, cost and time overruns, regulatory mechanisms are not there in place, trained and skilled manpower is available in pockets. Like I was there with the other session before this, when L&T mentioned about the skill development expenditure, and the duration involved in that. It is phenomenal. Secondly, indigenous availability of equipment like gas turbines, main engines, propeller is still a challenge, and we need to rigorously work upon it. And I'm very happy to notice that Godrej is already entered into that area, and we are going to see some results very soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is the way ahead? The way ahead is preparation and proper implementation of policies at state level. Shipbuilding policy is already promulgated at Government of India level, but that needs to be implemented stringently at state level. Concentrate, according to me, I would suggest concentrate on Konkan region, Alibag region, Ratnagiri region, where you have seafront available and gradual slope is also available for proper implementation of yards. As rightly brought out by Captain Vishal, hand-holding and mutual trust between the yard and the customer is must. Without that, we cannot progress. We just cannot progress. If we only find out the mistakes of each other, we will get into liquidated damages and all those legalities, and nothing will move forward. Single window clearance was again mentioned in the previous session again and again. If it is available for other sectors, why it is still not available for shipbuilding? There I would request Government of Maharashtra to kindly look into that. If I want to set up a yard, if artisan wants to set up a yard, I should be given complete clearance land from one particular authority. Single window clearance should be given. That I would request UOM to look into. Development of entire ecosystem. For example, South Korea. South Korea from 1960s have started shipbuilding in a very, very systematic manner. They have all the organizations in place for everything: design, production, manufacturing, testing, regulatory mechanisms. We need to really study that model and implement it thoroughly. Commercial shipping is required to be scaled up. As on today, 80% of the commercial ships are imported because of the cost effectiveness and the absence of time overruns. So that is required to be looked into. Yesterday I was in Cochin and I saw Kochi shipyard making one ship, Atal. But that is going on for a duration of almost more than 2 years, which needs to be brought down. The duration is required to be brought down. We need to standardize the design of commercial shipping. Once the design is standardized, we are not going to waste time in again and again getting into the stringent aspects of regulatory mechanism. Best is standardize the design and go for modular construction. Finally, development of equipment indigenously has to be pursued. Without that, we just cannot progress. So with these opening remarks, I hand over back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral sir. I think we have a very good list of challenges and way ahead which you have brought about. I would also like to say that we are a little short on time. You know, when you bring up aerospace and defense panel, we forget that it's an ocean of products here. You know, normally it's unlike, say, an auto industry or something. Here we are talking of land, naval, airborne, common, defense electronics, so many systems. And, you know, it's very difficult to crunch in 1 hour. So we'll see how fast we can move. So instead of asking 2 questions, I'll just come back for the next round of questions. So Arun sir, I wanted to ask you, you know, we spoke about hand holding and we spoke about, when you talk of Paras, when you talk of even Nive, you know, how hand holding, how building an ecosystem, how big companies like L&T have done this. So what are your lessons for us that how can we bring others also along and walk together to scale up defense manufacturing? That is one part of the question. And I also include the second part, which is to say, to drive R&D focus across the sector, especially private sector. How do we look at academia, research institutes, MSMEs coming together? So there are 2 questions I'm asking you, sir. We'll look forward to your response.
Yeah. So if you see any mature industry, it works on a tierized model, and you have the system integrators, and then you have the tier ones, you have tier 2, tier 3. And unless we create that kind of an ecosystem, you can't have a vibrant industry. For a long time, we wanted to build ships only in certain public sector yards. We wanted to build aircrafts only in HAL, and they did everything from the bolt to the aircraft. And I think that is restrictive. And unless we realize that there is a need to create a tierized ecosystem, unless we can unleash the innovation and flexibility of smaller, nimble units, if we can put all that together, only then we will have a thriving industry. When you are building a platform, you have millions of components which go into it. And unless there is a wide ecosystem from which you can source this. Today, for example, Admiral Kulkarni talked about getting into commercial shipbuilding and challenges of shipbuilding because of equipment. The rate at which the Chinese and the Koreans and the Japanese can build ships, we are nowhere in that league because primarily we don't have the ecosystem to build it. So if I have to get a marine engine and it takes me 3 years to get delivery of an engine, I can't deliver a ship before 4 years. Commercial industry is saying, I want in 12 months, I want in 16 months a ship. Now, unless that industry is created, that ecosystem is created, it is not going to happen. So I think in L&T we've realized this, and we see the value of a nimble, innovative ecosystem. We see that MSMEs are, a source of innovation. The entrepreneurial spirit of the Indian community, their ability to take up challenges, to do things in a very frugal and effective way. I think we have to leverage that. That is the strength of our country. And if we don't do that, and if we don't harness that together, it won't happen. Coming to your question on R&D and innovation and startups and MSMEs, I think the same applies. That we did research in ISRO and DRDO, we build monoliths. Now the world is changing. Every people are coming out. Even the auto industry wants 4 models in a year. So how is that going to happen? And unless we crowdsource innovation, unless we tap the innovative and entrepreneurial spirit of the people, we are an innovative society. We have to unleash that, whether it is academia, whether it is startups, whether it is MSMEs. And as larger industries, our R&D, we used to build strong in-house R&Ds. Today, I believe there is a value in crowdsourcing R&D. And these are some of the transformations that we have to build if we want to grow big and if we want to build a large defense and aerospace ecosystem.
Thank you so much, sir. Very, very insightful points. Amit, I want to come to you next. Whilst you are driving R&D innovation, and that's something which is Paras is really leading the pack in that regard within the defense. What are your views on getting into dual-use technologies? Given the fact that in defense you need patient capital, there are long gestation periods for procurement cycles. So Paras has also looked at dual-use technologies, using technologies which is both for civil and defense. So, what business challenges do you see there, and what advantage you get by getting into that? We'd like to hear that from you.
So, when you are in defense and space, you have to tread very, very cautiously when it comes to dual-use technologies. Paras has selected certain technologies that are a natural progression to the growth path that the company has taken. Said that, the investment that the company has done and is wanting to do is completely in indigenization, the core technology development. When I'm saying there are two types of research and R&D that you can do. One is fundamental research, like Vaidya sir said about core materials and things like that. There we want to, and we are in the process of partnering with the academia where they can do the fundamental research and all in-house. And like I told you, when my interaction with certain scientists of our country, I'm surprised that we are not just not inferior to somebody in the world, but some places we are leading when it comes to the know-how and the capability that we have to do fundamental research. Now, what happens here is this, to a great extent, is untapped by the industry. Industry is running its own journey. The survival sometimes leads the your priorities and your decisions. But if you cut away from that, and like I was maybe off the dais, we were talking about that today the industry has given me the visibility, the government has given us the visibility for the next few years to come. That gives us the tolerance and the bandwidth to look at research from a future standpoint, not just research for what you need to clock revenues for, but also do research from a long term, like quantum. So when you're doing that, you also need to respect what your role in the whole ecosystem is. And if I am aware, self-aware of the fact that I'm going to be doing application research and I'm going to depend on fundamental research and I'm going to look up to platform research by a larger organization, then a research ecosystem gets built. If I choose to do everything, maybe I will never achieve what I want to achieve. I need to collaborate. I need to be a part of the ecosystem. I need to play my role well. And with that, I think dual use should, in the long run, should not have an impact on what you're trying to do. Today, Paras is very proud that we've been conferred by DRDO building of high power laser system for aerial defense application. And there cannot be a better example of a dual use technology being completely homegrown than this. So there are good initiatives which are playing against dual use, and I think this word should diminish very, very soon.
Thanks so much, Amit. And there's such a strong takeaway in what you said is you cannot do everything, and that's all about R&D strategy. So where do you want to focus? Where do you want to? And the perspective on fundamental research, I think that's. I mean, I've been in so many panels, and this is the first time I'm hearing fundamental research in the defense private ecosystem. This is phenomenal. That's wonderful to hear from you. So Bala, I wanted to hear from you on NIBE's experience on policy, funding, access to capital, and also related to talent acquisition, retention. How has your experience been there? What challenges and successes have you faced?
Yeah, sure. As Captain Vishal, you rightly mentioned, defense, there is a long gestation period, say tenders, be it the processes that has to be there. The challenges that we faced was, I mean, of course, being the entry barrier, being the major challenge, again, the technology gap. There's a huge gap between the technology. Indigenizing any legacy product, again, it's a huge task that's involved into it. Again, there's a funding constraints, there are regulatory bottlenecks. I would agree with Admiral Kulkarni. He said probably we should have the single window clearances. Probably today, if you see in the central government, we do have programs like IDEX, wherein the central government is funding these startups. We need to have something like that on a state level. Some state-backed funding programs, where we can back the state-owned startups and the MSMEs. And in defense sector, I think size doesn't matter. It's the agility. And MSMEs have this agility, speed, and the vision they have. I think we need to fuel them. The government is making policies, there is no doubt about it. But then as a fraternity, we need to fuel 3 C's. It's capital, it's clearances, And I think it's the co-creation. As Amit rightly mentioned, it's about co-creating along with your partners. So I think that are one major things that we faced. Apart from that, I think as a NIBE, I am very proud to also say, not only being as a manufacturer, last year in February, we actually partnered with Government of Maharashtra and MIDC, and we bought an MSME Expo last year in Pune, wherein we had around 400 MSMEs who participated in that expo. There were DPSUs in that. What exactly that program did, what MIDC, Government of Maharashtra and NIBE, we were able to do was, we gave this platform to the MSMEs. Today, larger companies, bigger OEMs, they have their order books. You know, we were having this conversation downstairs, and 3 years, 4 years down the line, I'm sure, companies like Paras, that's what we were discussing. We didn't know what next. What are we going to do tomorrow? Today, the same problem is faced by smaller firms in different sectors, by the MSMEs. These kind of MSMEs exposed, we created a platform for them to interact with the DPSUs, interact with the larger OEMs, and maybe secure their order books for the next 1 year or 2 years. So I'm sure there are a lot of challenges that is being faced. I still feel, if paperwork is taking longer time than building my prototype, we need to definitely recalibrate the entire policy. I think as a state, we are on the right track. I'm sure there is a lot of recalibration that has to be done. There is a lot of introspection that has to be done, so that for Maharashtra to come up and really contribute in that Viksit Bharat program in 2047, we really have to recalibrate most of our policies. And I think we are at the right direction, at least with NIBE. If NIBE's story, NIBE's journey is an MSME journey, it's the Maharashtra journey. So I think we are on the right track. Definitely there are challenges, like everyone would agree. And I'm sure we would streamline those things as well.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bala. Very good insights on co-creation, ecosystem development, single window clearance. Vedya sir, I wanted to ask 2 questions from you. One, of course, we know there are about 1,000 aircraft, commercial aircraft on order. India does not have engine MRO capability today. So what will it take Maharashtra to be the engine MRO hub, given the fact Nagpur is coming up, there were facilities there coming up, and Godrej taking lead in it, give your precision manufacturing for gas turbines, and you could be the future GT manufacturer in the country as well. So what are your thoughts on Maharashtra's playbook on engine MRO, and any dreams which Maharashtra can have, and what can it do to achieve those vision?
I think Maharashtra has already started well at Nagpur. We have created infrastructure towards the MRO of the aircrafts. And slowly, I think that's the one which is going to have another big MRO called as the BRDs, the base repair depots for the Air Force, where they will be servicing all our military assets also. So it's the civil Asia, which is going to happen in the private sector between, I think, Air India and Boeing. And with the BRDs, it is going to happen for the military. Now, there are 2 major aspects in MRO. One is that availability of spares, which we'll have to import, and the spares are in big demand today with the number of aircrafts which are being made. And the second is the availability of the skilled manpower. And in MRO, you have to look into little differently. When you are assembling it, your sequence of assembly testing is completely different. It's the fresh assembly, the components and subsystems what you are integrating. Whereas in MRO, you are actually going to do the reverse. You are going to first dismantle all the assemblies which are already in use, going to re-inspect all of them, and then going to assemble it. So I think there are 2 major aspects which are required to be seen in this. One is that how do we really take this advantage of assembly, and while we are assembling it for the first time, are we also learning how, if in case it requires to have a service, how are we going to do the dismantling also? So training, exactly the reverse of what we are teaching today is required to be done first. That will require a lot of academic support, because when you are going to see the worn out parts and going to judge the balance life, or should it get replacement, or should that same part with little modifications, cleaning or replating or recoating can be used. So that assessment is required to be done very well. I think digitization is going to help us, so we can take a lead in digitization so that we can assess it more carefully. And second is, I think the most important is to have the big hangars, the areas which are required next to the strip is going to be the more important point. So the new aircrafts, when the airports, when Maharashtra is planning, I think we should create deliberately some space for MRO, which will have those big hangars and the required capabilities. These combination of these two will help. And of course, will require a lot of training, skilling of manpower to do all these aerospace activities. And the regional transport jet, which is on the cards with the Indian government, I think Maharashtra should surely go for it more aggressively and create a hub. When we are building so many new airports, I think this is the place where we should really attract more and more and get that project started. Only on defense for first 10, 20 years, we'll have a lot of business. Later on, it is going to be only upgradation or modifications. But the civil aviation is continuously going to go up. And you asked a dual use question. I think that's the right approach, because unless and until we have a good combination, the volume, the business will not come. And that will justify the large investments and the simulators and all the big test facilities which we don't have it today and we want to create it will get properly justified. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, Adil sir, just a quick question. I know we are short on time. There is one of the possibilities of defense shipyards in modular shipbuilding and also submarine building. We do understand in shipbuilding, they are involving private manufacturers for modular design. What do you see? How can we scale it up to the fact that we scale up production, shipbuilding, as well as submarine building by collaborating to accelerate projects, perhaps in a PPP model for more faster, more innovative naval production in modular, both for ships and submarines. Ships, it's happening, but how do we scale it up further as well as for submarines?
It's a very good question. As far as submarine construction is concerned, the latest project which we executed in Masgaon Dock was basically a very good example of modular construction. That is P-75 submarine, wherein the submarine was constructed in sections. The equipment was mounted on a cradle, and the cradle was pushed into the hull section, and then the hull section were joined to form a boat. This particular concept is now very well available with Masgaon Dock, which can be shared with private sector in collaboration, and we can go ahead and scale up the production of submarines. We can bring down the lead time or the production time required. As far as ships are concerned, we are already into it. On a heavy scale, all the yards they are fully aware of module construction. And you asked me about the design. That is the area which is required to be concentrated upon. More investment is required to be done in that aspect. That would be my sincere recommendation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would have certainly loved to take more questions. I'll just quickly summarize the discussion. First of all, thank you all panelists for sharing such insightful perspectives. Ram Chandani sir, you came out with what kind of supply chain integration we need, R&D and collaboration, creating ecosystems, hand-holding, building trust. And I think what really you spoke about the terrorized sway. I wish every A&D major sees value in building partnerships rather than thinking they are creating competition. I would say that's the magnanimity of L&T in where they're doing. Bala, thanks for bringing on Nibes, illustrating grit and innovation, I would say, as a Maharashtra MSME. And I think that speaks about 600 plus MSMEs here. Some takeaways, single window clearance, and how we can have more patient capital, very relevant. Amit, thanks for highlighting the inspirational leaps by Paras Defense and R&D. And I think the biggest takeaway you bring out is you are thinking of fundamental research. And this is amazing, Typically, we are going only for applied or a product development. You're talking of technology, and that's the way to go to most of the industry. Shift of focus from product to technology in the future. Brilliant takeaway. Vaidya sir, your thought process on process innovation, precision manufacturing, and which has taken Godrej to become suppliers to the biggest gas turbine manufacturers. And it just begs the question, if an Indian company can supply components and parts for gas turbines in HPC, LPC, whichever rotating part, why can't we make a gas turbine in the country? And we wish Godrej becomes the first company to do so. And Admiral Kulkarni, sir, you underscored the importance of shipbuilding and submarine building. the collaborated value chain which you spoke about, the modular design, and also, in a way you spoke about how can we scale up and bring in more hand-holding and, the trust factor between users as well as the shipbuilders. I would say that there are 5 key themes takeaway. One is having a consistent and a coordinated policy, which Maharashtra already has, but this needs to be upgraded. We need to have more attraction for entrepreneurs. Second is giving more impetus to, we spoke about funding. How can we have more funding in the sector? How can we excite the private equity and the venture capitalists here, other than the sovereign fund coming from center and state? Then the PPP opportunities, what Amit spoke about, setting up of optics park. Can we have more such parks in? And I would say that the next point which I wanted to mention on R&D, what will it take for a state? For example, there are some states in the United States which they have an R&D strategy for the state, an R&D roadmap, which technologies we should focus on. So what will it take Maharashtra to create an R&D roadmap for the state, depending on which areas to focus, rather than try to do everything? Then similarly, what will it take to create a R&D platform and I think the last point which we all agree is, and Ramchandra Dani sir spoke about, is ecosystem co-creation, which Bala spoke about, and how important it is to have a icosystem development. We know Maharashtra is looking at setting up defense corridors other than Nasik, Ahilyabai in Nagpur and Ratnagiri. How can we strengthen these corridors? So other than Tamil Nadu and UP defense corridors, Maharashtra could be the next place to build attractiveness both in terms of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. Thank you all for being part of this energizing session, and let the momentum continue beyond this panel also. Thank you so much.
We thank our esteemed panelists and moderator for that compelling and thought-provoking discussion. This session has truly highlighted Maharashtra's growing role in shaping India's defense and airspace future. From innovation and infrastructure to policy and partnerships, we've heard valuable insights that will certainly help pave the way forward. I now call upon Dr. Dhananjay Savalkar, Deputy CEO, MIDC, and Dr. Shrikant Pulkundwar, Joint Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Maharashtra, to felicitate our speakers. May I ask Captain Vishal Kanwar to come forward, please? Mr. Ramchandani. Mr. Swami. Mr. Mahajan. Mr. Vaidya. Mr. Kulkarni. Photograph. Can we pose for a group photo, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for our speakers. Please settle down. We'll be starting with our fourth panel discussion. We now arrive at a final panel discussion for the day, a session that brings our focus to the heart of regional growth and grassroots industrial transformation. Titled Building Tomorrow's Industrial Landscape, Unlocking the Regional Potential of Uttar Maharashtra. This discussion will explore how targeted policy infrastructure and local enterprise can drive inclusive growth and industrial advancement in the northern regions of the state. We are joined by an experienced panel of experts who will delve into the opportunities, challenges, and vision for industrial development in this high potential region. Can we please settle down? Can I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Can we please settle down? We're starting with our next session. May I now invite on stage our moderator, Mr. Sandeep Karkhanis, Executive Director of AMT Skill Enhancement Institute, Nasik. With over 30 years of experience in the automotive and manufacturing sectors, including a tenure at Robert Bosch, Mr. Karkhanis now leads one of Maharashtra's key technical training centers. He has played a pivotal role in aligning skill development with industry needs, promoting hands-on learning, and supporting regional industrial growth in North Maharashtra. Mr. Karkhanis? We welcome Mr. Vilas Shinde, Chairman and Managing Director of Sayadri Farms, India's largest farmer-owned agri-enterprise. A gold medalist in agriculture, Mr. Shinde started Sayadri in 2010 with just rupees 1 lakh and 100 farmers. Under his leadership, it has grown to a rupees 525 crore enterprise, supporting over 10,000 farmers and exporting to 42 countries. His visionary model blends sustainability with scale, setting a benchmark in cooperative-led agri-businesses and value-added food production. Next, we welcome Mr. Sudhir Mutalik, founder and managing director of Positive Metering Pumps India Private Limited. A mechanical engineer and first-generation entrepreneur, Mr. Mutalik founded the Nasik-based company in 1996, which now has over 250,000 installations across 40 countries. Known for his people's first approach, he is a former chairman of CII Maharashtra and a strong voice for entrepreneurship and skill development. Now inviting on stage Mr. Narendra Golia, Executive Chairman of Rishabh Instruments Limited. An IIT Bombay and Stanford alumnus, Mr. Golia founded Rishabh Instruments Limited in 1983 with a small team in Nasik. Today, the company is listed on the Indian Stock Exchange and operates globally with manufacturing units in India, Poland, and China. He has received several honors, including the Golden Zloty and from the Government of Poland and the Poladi Manus Award for strengthening Indo-European business ties. A champion of innovation and skill development, Mr. Golia also helped establish the Nasik Engineering Cluster and is now setting up Rishabh Center for Innovation in Green Energy. Last but not the least, can we have Mr. Vivek Gogate, Chairman of Gogate Electro Systems Private Limited, a pioneering electronics manufacturing company based in Nasik. Founded in 1996, the company has grown under Mr. Gogate's leadership into a trusted supplier of electronic systems for power, automation, telecom, and renewable energy sectors. Its product range includes battery chargers, control units, relays, and solar inverters, many of which are custom designed to meet client needs. Mr. Gogate is known for promoting indigenous solutions, ethical practices, and sustainability, and plays an active role in advancing Nasik's industrial and electronics ecosystem. I now hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Karkhanis. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Are you able to hear us? Yeah. So, good evening to all. Good evening. So, first of all, welcome to this concluding panel discussion, as well as we express our thanks and gratitude to MIDC as well as the industry partner, Confederation of Indian Industry. When we say potential zone to change the futuristic growth story of Maharashtra, I think this region, North Maharashtra, consists of districts like Nandurbar, Dhule, Jalgaon, Ahilya and Nasik. And most of you are probably aware, but not just producing onions and grapes, but also making aircrafts and printing currency notes. So this is a wide spectrum, diverse spectrum, in which this region is contributing to the growth of Maharashtra as well as the growth of our country. So not wasting much time in this introduction, starting with the discussion, and first I would like to come to you, Golia sir. How would you rate, or how would you share your experience of North Maharashtra being the most attractive region for investing for industry as well as business?
Hello. 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 Yeah, thank you, Mr. Karkhanis. See, North Maharashtra, the question is North Maharashtra as an attractive destination for investment. So, like so many people have said, we have to build a whole ecosystem. So, वैसे तो any investment can be done in North Maharashtra, but North Maharashtra over the years has already developed some expertise. For example, of course, agricultural sector is because of the climate and the soil, if I can use the word. So there are pomegranate, there is onion, there are grapes, and maybe a couple of more this thing. Same way, industry has also developed certain expertise. Just the previous panel, we heard about defense sector. Why defense sector in North Maharashtra? Because HAL is there. So you can have a whole ecosystem. The panelists talked about secondary, tertiary, and down the line streaming, because it doesn't make sense for any industry to do everything themselves. So there could be a whole defense industry. There was a defense corridor being set up for some political reasons, which I will not go deep into. It got postponed, or maybe some effort has to be done to get it back. But that can be a very good way of going forward. Similarly, in the industry, we set up what is known as Nasik Engineering Cluster about 15 years ago. That time we did a survey of what industries are good in Nasik. So electrical industry and switchgear industry. These were two industries. Some very big names were identified. So in electrical, you have ABB, you have Siemens. At that time, we had Schneider. And then we had many industries around that who were supplying to them. So they are the industries which can be really focused on and developed, so that, again, I just heard from the last panel that people don't have to do everything themselves. For example, already in Nasik, there is a very big CTPT industry. CTPT is known as current transformer, potential transformers, widely used in the electrical industry, and every, जैसे अपने घर में हम बोलेंगे भाई दाल रोटी तो सबके घर में बनती है, बाकी कुछ बने ना बने, तो वैसे CTPT, transmission is always via high voltage and consumption is always at low current, low voltage, high current. So therefore, CTPT industry can be very well developed. Electrical industry, other parts like switchgear, they can be very well developed. Industries related to agri-produce, whatever we produce, everything cannot be consumed or everything cannot be transported at a speed. We were sitting down and discussing with the minister. For example, onions. Onions, everybody knows there is a very big variation in price. Kabhi glut aata hai, so even I remember many years ago, once the ministry had to give their resignation because the farmers would not just accept. So industries which are related to prolonging the life of the agricultural produce, grapes is another thing. Lot of grapes are exported, lot of grapes are domestically sold. But if a method can be done to make juice out of grapes, or somehow to prolong the life of the grapes, I think in the long run it can be a very good industry to have. Other way around, we have to form clusters and develop industries. So if we want to take up a new industry, auto industry is very good. We have Mahindra, we have Myco Bosch. So industries related to that, rather than to go for a completely new development, industries which are already there, they can be expanded. Mahindra has so much production in and around Nasik and Igatpuri that if we can develop that industry, become suppliers to Mahindra, or if somebody has the guts to develop. So just like we have a very big auto industry in Pune, in and around Pune, Chakan, that area, we are very good around NCR. So too with Mahindra, with the lead taken by Mahindra, we can have many more industries develop. But one thing I would like to really share with the audience, today we are here to see how Maharashtra can develop, how industries can come up. At the same time, we hear so many times from our government that the government, we should have more of governance and less of government. So we don't want them to interfere in what they are doing except to be enablers, except to provide the infrastructure. MIDC is really good when they started. They have developed so many MIDCs in Maharashtra, and they continue to develop it. But at the same time, they should go for less of controls, they should allow people to run the industry, and everything should be on the automatic computer. You put in your application, if there is something, let a software check whether recently I had a chance to go for the approval of the plans. It's such a painful task, and whoever is from MIDC here, I would like to tell them that they should go back and relay it. Why can't it be automated? It is such a simple, in fact, they already have a software. The software checks whether your building plans are as per the building rules which are already published or not. Then again, why does it go for approval? And like this, I can tell you many examples, but suffice it to say that wherever we can automate a process, we should automate the process, and human intervention should come out so that industry develops. See, what we have done in the last 50, 60 years, we want to do that in the next 5 years. And how it can be done when the speed of industrialization increases. And that can only happen when we leave it to private people to develop what has to be done. So I'll let the other speakers and then come back.
Thank you, sir. When we say the lot of opportunities as far as manufacturing, electric equipment and components for automotive industry, Nashik as a region, whether it is Nashik district or let us say other districts like Ahilyanagar, Jalgaon, Dhule, they are also recognized for their good quality agricultural produce. Probably we just come into mind something like onion, tomato, grape. But I think, Vilasji, you have been in touch with many farmers across not only North Maharashtra region but also elsewhere. How there are opportunities for farmers coming together, forming a farmer producer company, as well as like it was touched upon, how farm produce can be collected, processed. Can you please share some?
Good evening, everyone. I think as Mr. Golia and also other speaker spoke about the ecosystem needed around any industrial product, then it becomes a sustainable approach. In agriculture also, I think that is the approach needed to take around every crop opportunity. And farmer producer company is actually is an instrument, or is actually a driver to create an ecosystem around a crop, because on individual level it's very difficult to create an ecosystem. Most of our farmers, if you see, they are exporting production, but on about whatever the post-service part or the marketing part, there they have limitations because of the scale. Though they have expertise, but then because of the small scale, it is very difficult to create a post-service or marketing solution, or it is difficult to invest on the R&D or on the input part on individual level. So the collective is a must in India for all small and marginal farmer, whatever the crop they are growing. But the ecosystem, if they want to create for sustainable and profitable business, it is possible on collective way. Whether that collective is initiated by themselves as a farmer producer company, or maybe by any private player. But collective is must. Without collective, we could not compete in the global market, because without scale, you could not have quality and also right efficiency. In North Maharashtra, that has happened around grapes. And that's why if you see, grape is the only crop in India, not in Maharashtra. In India, in that crop, farmer is directly connected with the customer, global customer, not only local customer. So Nasik's grapes from a small village, maybe from Dindori, from Mohadi, or maybe any village, so that grapes directly from the farm, it is going to the Europe's supermarket, or in any Germany's any household, in the same farm, without having any alteration. So farmer is actually doing the manufacturing, and same product as it is going to the Europe's customer's house, because that standard which that customer is expecting, that is actually made by that farmer at small farm also, because of the ecosystem support. So as a collective, I think this approach which we have taken in grapes, same approach we need to take in all the commodities, in onion or in pomegranate, or maybe in banana, all these crops which are grown in North Maharashtra, in all that crop we need a same approach, coming together, creating a strong collective to form a end-to-end ecosystem as a globally competitive ecosystem. I think through that we can explore a lot of opportunities in North Maharashtra. As everybody is aware that grape is our India's flagship agriculture export product. In total fruit export, grape is having almost 70% share, and in that North Maharashtra is having 90% share. In vegetable again, onion is the major commodity. Out of total vegetable exported, onion share is almost 70%. Again, North Maharashtra is having 60% share in total India's export. So, in these two major commodities, we are already leading agriculture export from country for all the market, North Maharashtra, Europe, along with fresh onion and grapes export. We are also leading now in processed fruit and vegetable category. Like horticulture, poultry is also one important category for the North Maharashtra. Already Nasik district is a #1 district in broiler poultry production.
Oh.
Many people may are not aware about this actual fact, but Nasik, like grapes, onion and tomato, now leading in broiler poultry production also. And that is because of the, again, ecosystem created around the broiler production. Maize, which is our one major commodity in North Maharashtra, again soybean. So that not raw material is actually the main raw material for the poultry industry. So broiler poultry is considered as a protein converter from the waste to the animal protein. And in that way, this ecosystem now is actually going forward. So in that again, I think there is a lot of opportunities to create a same ecosystem like broiler poultry, in layer poultry, also in goat farming, even in fish farming also, there are a lot of opportunities for North Maharashtra. And I think that another opportunity is in energy crops. Maize, which is our major commodity from Jalgaon, then Ailanagar, even some part of Nandurbar, Dhulia. So in that maize, not just for as a raw material for the poultry industry and also for the starch manufacturing. Now maize is becoming the major energy crop source. And because of that, I think there will be a lot of development around all these crops on the processing side. I think on the ethanol production side also, government is promoting the grain crops now instead of sugarcane. That crops are having better productivity or better revenue for the farmer within a short time of period, and also with the less water. So the water scarcity, which is actually becoming the major challenge in most of the Maharashtra's district. So for that short duration crops and how we can create a better value with available water. On that front, all these our aspects, poultry, horticulture, maize, are all having important role. And in Maharashtra, North Maharashtra is already giving the direction for overall Maharashtra agriculture.
I think huge opportunities as well as with these type of diverse agri-oriented business industry, I think there are also many opportunities for career in agri and agri-related businesses. And when we say careers and jobs, I think we should also acknowledge the segment of the industry which is provide maximum numbers of jobs is in India or especially in Maharashtra is MSME. And Sudhirji, coming to you, having a thorough understanding on evolution as well as growth of MSMEs and contribution of MSMEs for entire GDP growth, contribution to GDP. Would you like to guide us on what are those opportunities which MSMEs can leverage upon as well as contribute to the India's growth?
First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me. Thanks to MIDC, Government of Maharashtra and PwC, of course. and thanks for inviting me, Mr. Moderator, for part of this panel. Growth contribution by MSMEs in India, I think, is a different topic, but let me start with North Maharashtra. If Maharashtra, I was listening to the Honorable Chief Minister and the Industry Minister also this afternoon. If Maharashtra is an ornament for Ma Bharati, for our country, North Maharashtra is a diamond in that ornament, I would say. North Maharashtra has quietly evolved as a powerhouse for the growth of MSMEs. The entire MSMEs in Maharashtra can get concentrated in North Maharashtra. This is the capacity that North Maharashtra has actually. That is because of tremendous opportunities in North Maharashtra. See, for example, North Maharashtra is rightly placed in the center of the state. We have all major industrial towns at a very convenient distance from, say, Nasik, the center of North Maharashtra. Maybe Pune, Thane, Navi Mumbai, Surat also, Aurangabad coming up very fast these days. So a fantastic supply chain is already developed, it is strengthened, and it is robust, which is in place. North Maharashtra is a feeding center for excellent manpower, skilled manpower. North Maharashtra has got tremendous and excellent quality engineering colleges, ITIs, pharmaceutical institutes, and also polytechnics. So this has to be viewed very seriously, that North Maharashtra can feed industries within North Maharashtra and also to the state and to the country, and globally also. We have footprints in the global markets as far as manpower is concerned. I'll tell you, one of the most important aspects of North Maharashtra, these districts, Nasik, Dhule, Nandurbar, and Jalgaon, is North Maharashtra has preserved its identity of a grounded and self-reliant region. You will hardly find any influence of external elements, see, especially due to the demographic influx from various parts of the countries. This is a very important aspect of North Maharashtra. This boosts confidence level of the MSMEs. They are not exposed to unknown elements. You know, they don't get scared. Like, for example, someone from Kolhapur getting established in Pune or Mumbai or maybe in Bangalore. You can imagine the guy will get lost. For MSMEs, that doesn't happen in North Maharashtra because it has maintained its originality. This is a very typical quality which boosts confidence of the MSMEs, and especially those who would like to start on their own in the region. As Golia Saab and we have been listening that it is absolutely a hub for manufacturing of automobile components, switchgear industries, pharmaceutical products, and of course food ingredients and complete finished fruits. So North Maharashtra has evolved as a center, as a home to develop clusters in various sectors like engineering, agriculture, pharmaceutical, and even textiles. You know, we have Paithani, world famous Paithani like products. So this is a very typical characteristic of North Maharashtra, and of course the connectivity. We have connectivity to the important airports. Ports like Mumbai Airport and JNPT, the newly coming up Wadhwan, and of course the newly coming up international airport in Navi Mumbai. So I think this makes, we are talking about the ecosystem since morning, a perfect ecosystem for MSMEs that is very much necessary, and the culture of quality is developed because of the industries that are around that, like Bosch, Siemens, ABB, even Glaxo. You know, there is a KSB plant is there. It becomes so easy for an MSME to get established in such ecosystems because the norms like quality or the newly coming up ESG norms or the BIS standard, it automatically very easily percolates down to the vendors and it becomes an ecosystem. For skill development, it becomes an ecosystem. So it becomes very easy for an MSME to get established in this region. And we have proved time and again that MSMEs in and around Nashik or in North Maharashtra has not only been supplying to the major industries in India, major sectors in India, but also abroad. There is a huge amount of products and also services being exported to the global industries. I think this ecosystem, the advantage should be taken by people in the state.
Quite a comprehensive coverage of how MSMEs are getting evolved, how they are contributing, and how they are also enabled by larger organizations. Sir, coming back to you, Golia sir, any futuristic diverse businesses, diverse industries that you foresee can leverage the North Maharashtra advantages?
Definitely. See, the whole world is evolving so fast and so many new industries are coming up. You know, since morning I'm hearing this and for example, AI is coming up new, EV is coming up new. Can we find industries which have a future potential and we be the originator? See, many industries have come up from many countries. For example, solar industry was founded wherever it was founded. Can we lead the solar? India has already become the solar capital of the world. In the sense, we are, per capita, we have the highest solar installed capacity. We also have to have the highest solar production capacity. But what about the equipment which is used for the solar industry? We are not so good. You know, everything is being imported from somewhere, mostly from China. Why is it? Just because they started before us and we did not, let me use the word, get up from our sleep, you know, at that time. But today we are equally capable. The solar cells by which the radiation from the sun is gathered and then that is converted to DC voltage and the DC voltage is converted to AC voltage and fed to the grid. There is no such technology which we could not have either created or absorbed from other countries. But today morning was the first time I heard that somebody in India is doing that in Gadchiroli and they are investing 50,000 crores, you know. So that was that industry, kya naam tha unka? Wari industry is investing. Now that's again a new technology. The demand is humongous. For example, data centers. What does it make to make a data center more efficient? You know, people who are in this room probably know that this is one of the fastest growing industries, data centers. Why? Because so much of data is being produced every day and that has to be stored somewhere. Therefore, there are huge data centers. Each one of them typically consumes 300 megawatt to 600 megawatt of power. So, obviously, such a huge consumption of power has its own consequences. You know, you generate heat, so that heat has to be again absorbed. So, can you, use water to absorb the heat? Once you absorb the water, can you recirculate this thing? So, you know, when one major industry comes up, it comes up with 10 minor industries, you know, in and around that central theme. But again, I'm saying that hydrogen is coming as a source of energy. Can we become leaders. See, there's no point in following the conventional industries, switchgear industry is very well developed, automobile industry, the internal combustion engine is very well developed. But EV is a new area, Other countries EV developed because the government supported it very much. Without much support, basic support should be there, but without much support, can we, in EV industry, what is the major cost of the EV? It is the motor. Can we make more efficient motors? Can we make motors with a lesser footprint of electricity so that the car runs higher? Can we make a lighter EV so that instead of today, the average is about 400, 500 kilometers that one charge can take you on. So can we really make sure that the EV cars we produce are equally good, but at the same time lighter so that they use less of power and therefore they have a higher range, so that you can go with one charge, you can go from here to Nagpur or wherever, Or can we find out materials which can give you a longer run, or a battery which in the same volume battery, you are able to get a more VA power capacity, These are possible. See, that is in fact, that brings me to the main point, is that how do we develop our young engineers? We all know that India produces the highest engineers the world over. But if you go to the industry, you will hear all kinds of complaints. I won't go into the complaints, but suffice it to say that after doing the 4 years of basic engineering, which is mathematics and all the subjects that are taught to you, can we have a 2-year intern program for all young engineers, that they cannot get a degree? Like, for example, we have medical profession. If you don't go and serve a hospital for whatever time, 18 months or 2 years, you don't get your degree. But engineers need the same thing. See, engineers are engineers. But when they go to the industry, what do you need? You need production engineers. You need R&D engineers. You need sales and marketing engineers. You need purchase engineers. So these are specialized branches. I mean, other than the electrical, mechanical, civil, automobile engineering, there are also these parts which have to be learned. So I don't know why, a CA is not a CA until he does 3 years of internship. Why is an engineer as soon as he comes out of college, Nobody has brought it to the attention of the government. And then we also have the reverse problem. Young engineers don't get jobs because they are not fit for industry, So this can solve both these problems. Young engineers, make it mandatory, every industry must take. And by the time they come out, they would have decided whether they want to work in the industry. A mechanical engineer can work in so many different industries. The electrical engineer can work in so many different industries. So can we, direct the engineer to a certain field so that he gets practice, and he also meanwhile decides whether he wants to be a production guy, he wants to be R&D guy. See, R&D comes up in each and every of the discussions which have happened since morning. And therefore, we have to create a center doing only R&D. I was with GE some time back, and they have a center, I think in Bangalore, if I remember correctly, where 6,000 engineers work in what they call it as a design factory. Why they call it factory? Because it is all the time producing new designs. And it is a place with 6,000 engineers. People come there and give them job. Even GE companies give them, but non-GE companies also give them. So what they come is they make a proposal saying that this is the input, this is the output I want. They negotiate the price and then they start designing. So there are dedicated, specialized design engineers doing only this. And this is another ecosystem, where we can develop institutes or factories which are producing new designs, which are doing innovation. So many, many industries are there. If we sit down, I think I can make a list of at least 15, 20 industries which are the new age technologies and which Uttar Maharashtra can be the leader. I mean, others also can be a leader, but in industry, Uttar Maharashtra will have a edge over them because we will have designed the system, we would have come out with the system, and we would have fueled that system. So definitely there is, the answer to your question is right, yes.
Again, huge opportunities. Coming to little bit of just technology used in agri, and not just agri. Actually, I am coming to opportunity of business or industry which is service oriented. Nowadays, technology enabled solutions for farmer are many, and I think you are also a good supporter for startups as well as you explore many such technologies. How do you foresee service industry to provide various services like drone service and other related to agriculture?
Just last week, Maharashtra government has announced MaAgri AI policy, and under that policy, government is also now supporting for all the technology interventions in agriculture, from digital different solutions to AI-based solutions to multiple different drone and IoT services. So this is now going to create a different aspect in agriculture sector. Agriculture, as I said, need to be considered as a purely a business. Every farm we need to treat like one small business factory. Like in MIDC, there are so many SME units. So we need to treat all our farms like all such factories, and farmer need to consider as a business owner, entrepreneur. And with that mind, if you understand the agriculture, now this reimagining of agriculture, so in that technology is going to play important role. And as in MIDC, though the business is small or big, but we understand that that business should be profitable, then it can be a sustainable business. Then you will have further investment in that business. So in agriculture now, we need to understand every farm also need to consider as a profitable business. And that business, how it can be converted as a profitable business from a loss-making business? If it will be a efficient business, if it will be a competitive business, if it will create a quality product or the consumer-centric product, then it will be possible. So now as a farmer, we need to understand the consumer, global consumer, local consumer, our competition, and with that understanding, technology is now going to play important role. So all the traceability from sowing to the consumer plate, then for that quality safety, write all the control practices for the pest management, disease management, irrigation management. We need a lot of different technology interventions. Lot of IoT devices now are now going to play important role, from the sensor to the drone to the satellite-based solutions. And all these, I think, are new opportunities for the service businesses. So even your labor management, that is also becoming one important opportunity in agriculture, because that factor is becoming the most challenging factor for the farmer. So to provide the labor on the right time with the right skill, I think that itself is a big service opportunity in agriculture sector, along with so many technology-based different services, from drone to the different mechanization like the tractors, or even I will just quote one simple example in Nasik. In grapes thinning and dipping, that is a huge labor-intensive activity, and that is now replaced with the new different type of sprayers, electrostatic sprayers, which is actually itself is almost now 500 crores business in only in Nasik. So there are now I think 500 plus electrostatic sprayers working in Nasik. All are providing the services to all the small farms on hourly basis, or on the whatever the per acre basis. So like that electrostatic sprayers, I think you will see the different such services for plowing to the different pest disease management to the harvesting, and also the labor management. So now there are such a lot of opportunities will come in agriculture because of all these technology interventions.
I think this is a completely different and sort of a new requirements of industry, service sector, as well as not just agriculture, but maybe applied to some other sectors. Sundarji, when we say industry or business, three things come into mind. One is operations, number two is storage, and third is administration. But the common administration, but common factor for all these three is space. How would you say the ease of getting land or space for setting up the industry?
I know I have to be very careful while answering this, because perhaps there are a lot of, a few MIDC officials sitting here. I have to go to them and ask for land for expansion of my business, so I have to be careful, which I know. But still, in the interest of the industries, I will have to, because I'm representing the industries and especially the MSMEs in North Maharashtra, so I have to be transparent also, maybe bold. One thing is for sure, as far as the entire North Maharashtra is concerned, Jalgaon, Dhulia, again Nasik and Nandurbar, Nandgaon, MIDC, you can see, is very aggressive in acquiring land. Expansion, that is for sure. For example, recently they have acquired around 1,500 acres of land in Maparwadi, Rahu, and near Ghoti, Pimpalgaon, Bahula, Rajur Bahula. So that is there, which is good. There is a tribal cluster. Government of Maharashtra just on the 18th has given consent, the cabinet has given consent to MIDC to acquire around 75 acres for the tribal cluster. For IT park, they have made a provision for about 25 acres. This is all there is no doubt about it. But I think still North Maharashtra lacks, for North Maharashtra, there is a lack of vision to expand, the base of industries. In fact, I can imagine that from Igatpuri to Sinnar, we can establish MSME park, which will be the biggest in Asia. And there is a potential for that. It has to be done. It is possible. Okay? But I hardly see any efforts, point number one. Point number two, it has become really, really difficult for especially small and medium scale industries to get land in MIDCs in and around, within North Maharashtra, because of the cost of the land and transparency in the transactions, and the Nasik pattern is really horrible. Nasik pattern is give land to a private player, and then the private player really squeezes the MSMEs. Earlier, when I got graduated, I came out of the college. I came out of the college with a dream that I'm going to start something on my own. So those days, it was very easy to imagine that I will acquire small pieces of lands like 500 square meters, 1,000 square meters. Now it's not possible. Now it's impossible. And that too, the cost, as I told you, is really unimaginable. So government has to really look into this, otherwise we will literally stop manufacturing entrepreneurship in the state. Manufacturing will come to standstill. Large industries may come. Even for large industries, I know one business house in Pune, they immediately want around 1,000 acres and they want to start tomorrow. 2,000 crore worth investment, and then which can generate 3,000 employment for 3,000 people. But they are not getting land. 1 stroke 1,000 acres they want. So this is one of the difficult situations which the government has to really look into, MIDC has to look into. And the most important thing, even if private players, they said, private players, if MIDC has to really make the provision of everything already, because our products are now globally, we are global players now. So, the drainage system, water, roads, power, and the most important thing is internet. Such infrastructure has to be made available. Only then we will become globally competitive. And in this area, we, I think government has to really look into, we are a bit weak in this area.
Just to continue what Sudhir Mutalik just said, I have a factory in Poland. And we set up, there was an existing factory, we took over from the government and we expanded there. Few points I want to bring up because they are really relevant. We took the land in we took the company in 2011. So it's about 14, 15 years since we had it. And we have big chunks of land because it's an aluminum die casting industry and there's an electronic industry. The price of the land in 2011 is equal to the price of the land in 2025. Government keeps on giving land as you need it, and they look forward. India mein kya ho gaya? Everybody knows government will take one Ambad, finish. There's no more land available in Ambad. Take up Satpur, finish the land, and then the private people start paying. Today, MIDC land is the best investment for people who are doing property business. Probably you cannot make as much money in running the industry as you can make in buying the land, holding the land, and selling the land. Now, is that recommended? I mean, this is, government has to have policies where land cannot be more than 5% of your project cost. I have done that calculation many times over. Today in India, typically if you want to go near a big cities, government wants to force you to far away villages and develop. See, developing villages and backward areas is not my job. My job is to run an industry and I need it where I need it. If I want it in Bombay, I should get it in Bombay. Bombay, of course, will be costlier, but if I need it in Nasik or I need it in Pune or I need it in Akola or I need it in Amravati, I should be able to get land where, okay, 3%, 4%, 5%, 6% could be the cost of the land. And that is very well developed land. As you were just saying, even before they sell the first meter of land, the land will have proper roads, proper street lights, proper bus stops, proper bus service. Of course, internet connectivity, electricity, all these are taken for granted. And that is what I think going for, MIDC did a great job, from where they started and where Ambad came up and Satpur came up and Pune, Bosri came up. That time is gone. No? Now industry has to run the industry, government has to provide, the MIDC has to provide the infrastructure. So they have to become conscious of this, that going forward, they always say we have some big land bank. But what if people are not getting, everybody on this panel or wherever you go will talk about the availability of land. So somehow this should be focused, again, MIDC officials sitting here, we could write a whole paper on what needs to be done. How to do it is for you to find, because you're already sitting on so many acres of, so many thousand acres of land. So that's your job to find out how these things can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming towards sort of a concluding portion of the session, but to make the question little longer, opportunities of electrical electronics in the North Maharashtra and being associated with lot of institutional setups as well as chambers of commerce, opportunities in Dhule, Nandurbar, Jalgaon. Would you please share your this thing?
Thanks. I thought I was forgotten or what. Anyway, I'll answer your question afterwards. But before that, I want to put certain black facts in front of you. For last half an hour or 1 hour, we are discussing about North Maharashtra, but that is, the discussion is all concentrated around Nasik and surrounding area. And in Nasik district itself, there are 15 talukas, and out of these 15, only Nasik Igatpuri, Sinnar, and to some extent Malegaon. These are industrialized. Rest of the 14, 10, 11 talukas are just neglected, like Nandurbar, Dhulia, and other places. So what we have to do and request the MIDC officials that we want to have a industrialization but with a balanced growth. The growth has to be balanced. See, when we say that development, we want development. What is the development? What is the meaning of development? Development means not only the malls and cinemas and multiplexes and five-star hotels and all. That is not the development. The real development is the narrowing the gap between haves and have-nots. And that is possible through industrialization. And even, see, the per capita income of a individual depends upon what? The lowest is in the agrarian society, the second one is the industry society, and the third one is the service industry. So what we have to do the efforts to bring those who are dependent upon agrarian society to bring them in the manufacturing society. How it can be done? It can be done through MIDC and the government. See, I remember what Nasik was some 50, 60 years back. In the 60s and 70s, same case is with Dhulia and Nandurbar. What Nasik was 50, 60 years back, same is Dhulia and Nandurbar as of now. Nasik grew. That is one of the reasons is nearness to Pune and Mumbai, but more than that, the main thrust was because of the package scheme of incentives. Those package scheme of incentives were given to the industries, and that's why they shifted from Mumbai and Thane to Nasik. Likewise, the government has to give proper incentives to the units which will be started somewhere in these areas like non-developed areas like Kalwan, Satana, Pet, Surgana, likewise, or the districts like Nandurbar, Dhulia. To some extent, Jalgaon is developed. To some extent, Ailanagar is also developed. But if you want a real development, the real development will come through the more of this package scheme of incentives. Only D plus and all. What in the afternoon we heard about development of Gadchiroli. Why they have gone over there? That is not only because of the overage available there. The government must have given them the incentives, more incentives applicable to the mega projects. And that's why they are shifted over there. Because land, building, water, electricity, connectivity, road connectivity, these are the issues that attract the industrialists to put in the investment. But that's not the only thing. The main thing is that the other ecosystem, the person is working in a factory for 10 hours, for remaining 14 hours, he needs to have a proper cultural center, he needs to have a proper health facilities, he needs to have a proper social facilities, likewise. And if those are provided along with these incentives, then the area can develop. That is my frank opinion. And coming back to the rest of the North Maharashtra, Nandurbar, Dhulia, they are totally dependent upon the agrarian products. Government has to look into it, how best they can do for these areas. There are MIDC areas in these districts, but those are not properly occupied or the units there are not functioning properly. So the government will have to do something about that. And now coming back to your question, will you please repeat it? The best person to talk about is sitting next to you.
No.
Yeah,
Maybe you can.
Yeah. I'll answer that. See, as Sudhir has said, in Nasik itself, there are many education institutes, engineering colleges, ITIs, even private institutes like AMT, skill development, we can make a use of it, and definitely electronics industry doesn't pollute air, doesn't pollute water. So there are ample opportunities for the electronics industries in Nasik and specifically in North Maharashtra.
Yeah, and maybe on your behalf, I can say there is a huge potential for electronics industry to also go global, because they have started in Nasik and now they also are a global industry. Uh, to summarize, I think for sure North Maharashtra is the choice to invest, to grow, to put forward the diverse industrial setup, as well as North Maharashtra is blessed not only by natural resources but also a good talent, skills, as well as typically we hear in North Maharashtra from those who are outside that the quality of life in North Maharashtra is far pleasant than rest of the Maharashtra. So for all these factors, I think I conclude that the choice should be North Maharashtra for contributing growth of the Maharashtra and country. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for their enriching and thought-provoking discussion, and to our moderator for so effortlessly steering this conversation. I now call upon Mr. Vivek Godke, Deputy CEO MIDC, to felicitate our speakers. Mr. Karkhanis, if you could just step ahead. Mr. Shinde, if you could step ahead. Mr. Mutalik. Mr. Golia. And Mr. Gupte. Group photo. Can we all come ahead for a group photo, please? Can we have a huge round of applause for our speakers, please? With that, we come to an end of today's panel discussions. I extend a heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished speakers, moderator, and of course to each one of you in the audience for your time, valuable contributions, and enthusiastic participation throughout the day. From digital innovation and textiles to aerospace and regional industrial development, today's session have sparked important conversations and laid the foundation for a collaborative and future-ready Maharashtra. We hope you're leaving with meaningful insights, new connections, and a shared sense of purpose in shaping the state's industrial future. I now request all the audience members to proceed to Jasmine 2 for the closing ceremony. I repeat again, I request all the audience members to proceed to Jasmine 2 for the closing ceremony. Thank you.